She seemed to have solved the problem, so we will be getting ready to push off. Empress Trisha.
1 second, please. Give thanks. 1 second.
Burn.
Yes, blessed love, royal family. Thanks for life.
Peace for the gun.
Thanks a lot, my
Yeah.
Lord.
Right,
Thanks for the comment.
I want to clarify something. It's the 31st of is the
We're like 1 second, Lord. Blessed, blessed, blessed. 1 second. Priest Savannah, could you go ahead and introduce the program?
Yes, we do give thanks for another gathering as the family of Christ come together to edify one another. Today's program is the theme of today's program is Stolen Legacy. It's based on the historical facts of Africa giving civilization to the world and educating the world as we know. And so, yeah, everything that we'll be presenting today will be factual and proving that point. So we do give thanks to everyone who is here and who is to come, and those that will be listening on the live stream. I hope that the program will be uplifting and informative, and we will all go away with something that we didn't know. Yeah, give thanks. Over to the chair.
My Lord, do give thanks for the introduction, Majesty. And so we call for virtual reverence in the courts of Negus, Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Lassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Our cause is based upon righteousness. Anything that is not righteous, we have no respect for it. For God Almighty is our leader, and Jesus, the Black Christ, our standard bearer. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that runneth down the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For there our Father commanded his blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie I, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reigneth in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Great is our Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God and the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth is black Ethiopia, black Mount Zion, black man and black woman, and the black Ethiopian sons and daughters gathered. So we give thanks to be gathered here today in fellowship, giving thanks and praise, sharing knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, leading to greater understanding, most high. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah
Ja, Ras,
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, give thanks. Yes, we give thanks for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, We give thanks for the Church of Salvation. We give thanks and glorify the Council of Elders, and I Oversight Committee. We give thanks for each and every one gathered here today. And at this present time, to even, serenade us and soothe the soul, we call upon, our leading empress, Mama Miriam, also known as, Queen Mother, Empress Maisie. Bless the love, Mama Maisie. Bless it.
Amen. Esther. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I,
Selassie
Jah
I,
Ras,
Rastafari.
putting and clearing. Give thanks, Honorable Chair, and blessed greetings and love to each and everyone that are present here today on the platform of the Councils of Elders Reasoning. Give thanks and praises. And in earlier, Jah always wipe our weeping eyes, No matter how we try. Sometimes our eyes always are run a little tears. But the Father always they wiping it for us. So this morning our chorus is, Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eye. Jah shall wipe away. My voice is kind of hoarse this morning. Sing with me, family. All tears from our eyes. Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eyes. Oh, when we reach Mount Zion, our trial will be over. For I say, Jah shall wipe away all tears. Adonai, I say, Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eyes. Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eyes. Oh, when we reach Mount Zion, our trial will be over. For I say, Jah shall wipe away all tears. One more time, family. Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eyes. Jah shall wipe away all tears from our eyes. Oh, when we reach Mount Zion, our trial will be over. For I say, Jah shall wipe away all tears in all holy Mount Zion. Zion,
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 high. Lord, holy
Holy
Mount
Mount
Zion.
Zion,
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 Jehovah, Jah.
Jah,
Jah,
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
My Lord and Empress, blessed love. Give
Give,
thanks.
give thanks, Mama Maisie. Your voice still do it, you know? Give thanks and
Thank
God.
you. Thank you, my Lord.
Royal vocalist, you know? Give
My
thanks.
Lord.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. So we continue with procedure as we call upon Honorable Priest Nappy to, give a warm welcome to the congregation, and our viewers. Blessed.
My Lord and Majesty, Royal Empress, give thanks. First of all, give thanks, for life, health, strength. Give thanks for the ancestors gone by, male and female. And one of our main patriarch where marked the way for us, King Emmanuel Charles Edward, glorify and give thanks, So we give thanks to each and every one of us here alive today, as we sit and counsel one to another, sort out, what needs to be sought out, and set us on a clean and upright path, that we may shine forth the light, Talvin and madness. Our Father inside. And I forgive them too much preaching. By our works, them know who we are, So, and I come through works, my Lord and Empress, so let us sit and reason together. And once we talk, what we talk, say we're going to do, we make sure we start doing, Not just about verbal alone. Word and works we are dealing with. So give thanks so we can sit and commune together and ask the Father to fill us up, with meditation and understanding that we can be more enlightened, one to another. Most High, Eli, Selassie,
Selassie,
Jah,
Jah,
Rastafari, our
Rastafari,
great Mama Amiga, I, Selassie,
Selassie,
Jah,
Jah, Rastafari,
Rastafari, I, and
and
I,
I, Selassie,
Selassie, Jah,
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
my Lord and Empress, welcome
My
once more.
Lord,
My
give
Lord.
thanks, give thanks. Aye. Yeah, so we give thanks for the blessed welcome, and at this time we continue with our roll call by our Royal Secretary, Blessed Empress Dion.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks once again. Today is what a wonderful day today is.
Best day, best day.
May 1st. What it is, the 22nd. May 31st. Oh
Okay.
my God. Life
Oh,
is
what a
so
day.
blessed. Life is so blessed. Give thanks.
Okay.
Today is May the 31st. On the Council of Elders meeting today, I am Empress Dion and I will be doing the roll call. Honorable Assistant Co-Chair, Honorable Priest Saffron,
Blessed love and
Honorable Priest Rasavana,
Present family.
Honorable Priest Lamont,
Blessed greetings, present honorable family.
Honorable Priest Nappy,
Rastafari family.
Honorable Priest Barry,
Honorable family, I will the love, mama.
and Honorable Priest Aragon.
Honorable, blessed, present.
Honorable Empress, leading Empress Miriam,
Blessed love family, give thanks.
Honorable Empress Trisha,
Blessed family.
Honorable Empress Akim,
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Empress Deborah,
Present.
Honorable Empress Divine,
Blessed love, royal goddesses, increase.
Honorable Empress Miriam,
South Africa.
South Africa. Thank you, my Lord.
Blessed love.
Blessed Empress.
And I am Honorable Empress Dion. Let the record show at the beginning of the meeting there were 13 participants present.
Yes, give thanks. Give thanks for the roll call. And the roll
And
is
on
called up
behalf
yonder
of
where
the
the
blessed love, give thanks,
yes, go
my
ahead,
Lord.
Empress.
And on behalf of the Woman Freedom Liberation League, I would like to give thanks for each and everyone here today, especially for the EABIC, Woman Freedom Liberation League, for the unity that we stand for. When we lend our voices and come together each and every week with the EABIC, or the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress elders, who counsel every Sunday, whatever little we can do, we will be the frontline strength to the building of the Congress. Give thanks once again for the works of our brothers and sisters and our elders who have paved the way for our youths, that we could even strengthen the youths to come. So, my Lord and Empress, blessed love, remember we have a impactful meeting today, so please remember to stay hydrated. If you have coconut water, some kind of lemon water, fruit juice, anything, remember to stay hydrated. And because of the reasoning, oh yes, and stay hydrated and stay glowing. That's our new thing, let's remain glowing in everything that we do. That we can't
Yes.
even remember the dates. Right? And remember to write down your thoughts, questions, ideas for at the end of the discussion, where we have the question and answer segment, where we could share one to another in building and reasoning. So I would like to remind our viewers that we are live streaming on the Council of Elders YouTube channel. Please remember to subscribe now, like, share, and comment. And thank you for watching, learning, and sharing. I would like to pass the mic over to Honorable Empress Akim with our inspiration for the day. Thank you very much. Blessed love.
Blessed love.
Blessed love, royal family. I pray that everyone is doing well today and had a blessed weekend and Sabbath. The inspirational corner today will be inspired by our topic for today. Where did the European gain their knowledge? A stolen legacy. Our great mother, Mother Africa, originally named Al-Kebulon, is the birth source of the many resources and systems that humanity utilizes today. The ancient scholars of Timbuktu and the learned Moors stand as shining examples of Africa's profound contributions to civilization. Through their devotion to spiritual wisdom, science, mathematics, medicine, and philosophy, and education, a few of our great ancestors like Sundiata Keita and Mansa Musa of the Mali Empire and Moors Albu, Qasim, and Ibn Rushd preserved and expanded knowledge during the time when much of Europe lacked such depth of knowledge. Many of them from near and far were accepted into our ancient universities and libraries. We taught them well. At the fall of the great empires, due to the transition of power, our great institutions in educational and spirituality, our great institutions of education and spirituality were stolen, then made to think that this was his story. We can look to the East today and be reminded of the real truth of our story. Our mother, Africa, is still being ravished of her resources by outsiders, with no acknowledgement for her contributions. In growing forward, how can Africa preserve and protect what's divinely hers? How can I in the diaspora hold tight to our many legacies, like, for example, Bobo Hill? In closing, I leave you with the words of Marcus Garvey. A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. And I say, Africa is the root. Blessed love. This was the Inspirational Corner. Give thanks.
Still give thanks. Still give thanks, Empress, for inspiring
To the
us.
chair.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, family. We'll be doing it a little bit different today as we are introducing a health corner inspired by our Queen Mother, Miriam. Before we get into the health corner, I know that the Honorable Priest Adigan had a pressing question and I will answer it. I'm going to try to preempt his thoughts and answer it. Today is May 31st, the day when our Divine Father transitioned from among I and I in 1994. So as I and I go through the program today, I and I will have that meditation. You know, this is the day when our spiritual father left I and I on the job to take care of the mission of the king. So we do give thanks, and we're not giving thanks for the moment that he trod, but we're giving thanks that we are still here together doing the work, because he left I and I as the custodians of this liberty. The elders are the custodians in any African village, any African society, any African civilization. The elders are the custodians of the culture, the morality, and the tradition. So we give thanks for being here once again. Majesty, to the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, give thanks for that remembrance, and give thanks, for that, the Father make a transition, and now we have to now say, He abide in us, you know. So that we could be thankful for, that we could embrace the spirit of the Honorable King Emmanuel and make ourselves representations. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, for such memorial, And as the Honorable Priest did say, we are going into a health corner, you know. It will be led by Honorable Empress Divine, Blessed Love Royal Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses. Give thanks to life and the mighty keep of life. Today's Health Corner is about cannabis, marijuana, ganja, Mary J. Weed are some of the names that known by. Ganja, cannabis, marijuana, Mary J. Weed, it matters not what the whole herb is called. Research has proven the efficacy of the plant is treating several medical conditions. The main focus of healthcare practitioners is in the area of pain management. Cannabis for years has been used by indigenous people for various ailments successfully. With the US administration proposal to remove ganja from the Schedule 1 list of dangerous drugs, this opens the door for legal research that can prove the immense potential of marijuana in treating various medical conditions. The plant remains a last resort in the treatment regimen, when undoubtedly it should be in the first line regimen of treatment for several chronic ailments. The list of conditions cannabis has treated successfully are Draven syndrome, eating disorder, insomnia, skin, carcinoma, tumors, Crohn's disease, ulcerated colitis. Cannabis has been proven to reduce the painful effects. Fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis.
Continue, Empress.
And osteoarthritis arthritis. To optimize the immune system is to live a balanced life by having adequate rest, daily exercise, and a nutritious diet, making sure to consume zinc, ginger, garlic, and turmeric to strengthen the immune system, as well as green leafy foods and fruits for antioxidants. The immune system is the key to a healthy life. Prevention is better than a cure. Practicing preventative medicine is more important than having to visit a medical practitioner. Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses.
Give thanks, Empress. Yeah, so we give thanks for touching the health corner, and we continue reading. The modern world is built on a stolen African legacy. The information today will attempt to provide empirical evidence as proof of the legacy of our African ancestors, which was used to build the modern world. Evidence provided will also explain the matrix of power that governs modernity. The information will challenge what most people thought they understood. Egypt, the daughter of Ethiopia, educated the world in all fundamental areas of human development. Ethiopia, the mother continent, gave birth to mathematics and science, the two main components on which Earth is developed. Egypt is the region of the continent that built the world's first international temples of knowledge. From Egypt, the rest of the world was educated. Africa didn't only give birth to humanity, but it shaped how human development was to manifest. Now, let the epic Sankofa begin, to be continued, my Lord and Empress.
Azura, I'll take cues up the video. I will give a little intro to what you're gonna see. The matrix of power that controls the world. The world is not randomly run. It's not just our votes as humans. In most countries, you have what they call a democratic voting system. That is not really what runs the world. What runs the world, they have a pyramid of power that exists, that works behind the scenes of all governments. And the video that we are about to see will get into the details of this.
To see is designed to stimulate a thoughtful exploration of what we know and the origins of what we believe we know about the most perplexing questions facing mankind. The opinions expressed in this program are those of the people in the program and they are not the opinions or views of the distributor. This program is offered in the interest of promoting an open discussion that may lead us to truth.
I think at one time or another we've all questioned as to whether all that we see and are experiencing in our world has some sort of a rational plan behind it, because we understand now that both the Republican and the Democratic Party in our country are basically run by the same people. The same money finances both sides. We now know, of course, through the work of many historians who have spent their life working on research to show us that both sides of world conflicts have always been financed by the same people. And as I've said before, there seems to be a method to the madness going on in the world. We know, of course, that we cannot depend on our leaders. Our leaders are misleaders. There is a science that they're following. They have their own agenda, and it doesn't include you. Conflicts require money and corporation. World conflicts require world banks, International Monetary Fund. Professional groups all have fraternal orders, doctors, attorneys, etc., have their own specific fraternal orders. In the banking world, it is the same way. They have a fraternal order. In politics, there is a fraternal order. However, we're not supposed to know anything about that because that's not our business. That fraternal order in politics and banking has been known for many years by those in the inside. It has been referred to by different names, in different times, in different countries. The best overall name that we can give to this fraternal order, which is running our country, politics, monetary, is Freemasonry. Our country, like so many before us, and like so many after us, was in fact founded by Freemasons. Freemasonry has played a part in almost every government ever founded in this world. It is in operation today throughout the world. We want to establish first that what we're not talking about is Blue Masonry or the Masonic lodges in your hometown. We're not talking about the Freemasons that live across the street from you. We're talking about a worldwide fraternal organization that is powerful enough, old enough, and wise enough to operate behind all governments in the world, behind fraternal institutions, monetary systems in the world, and yes, they are in fact connected.
Get back.
For instance, the idea that our country was founded by so many Freemasons and Rosicrucians,
No, because when I came here, I saw Kishana here.
among others. We ask ourselves,
You dropped off.
Mute your mic, Chris Odegan. Mute your mic.
why do we fold the American flag in a triangle? And what does the pyramid or the triangle have to do with the American system of government on our dollar bill? If we remember that our Constitution was signed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is referred to as the Keystone State. The reason why Pennsylvania is the Keystone State, because the Freemasons that founded this country were members of the Scottish Rite, and in that Scottish Rite there is the Royal Arch degree. The Royal Arch degree, and of course the Royal Arch, if you do not know, was originally because of the sun coming over the horizon in the morning made the Royal Arch. The Royal Arch degree of Freemasons has been continually and ever busy throughout the world with their Freemasonic endeavors. The United States, as I said, founded in its Constitution in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania becoming the keystone of a Royal Arch. There is much concerning this material that we need to look at. Who are the Freemasons? Why are there emblems and symbols throughout the world on flags and emblems and symbols throughout the world on all sides of conflicts? We might ask ourselves about the Red Cross. The International Red Cross is a Masonic organization. They always, in every conflict, are able to go behind enemy lines. Why is the Red Cross, the International Red Cross, able to go behind enemy lines in wartime and conflict? There's a reason. The International Red Cross out of London, connected with the American Red Cross, comes from the Red Cross of St. George, the cross on the British flag, the Red Cross. That also is a Masonic institution. You might want to ask yourself some very important questions about this point. For instance, why is Hollywood continually bombarding our country and this world with trash movies which portray violence, rape, crime of every kind, bloodshed? Why does Hollywood continue to pump out motion pictures depicting murder and violence and bloodshed, then turning around and saying that movies and tapes don't have any influence on young people's minds or on people's minds, when the obvious is true, that all tapes and movies influence people's minds? Ask yourself why. What is the purpose for portraying so much violence and horror and gory bloodshed in motion pictures? There's a reason for it. You better think about it. Ask yourself also about the biological warfare going on in the world today. AIDS coming from out of nowhere into the homosexual community. What are homosexuals doing today that they didn't do 6,000 years ago? And why is it we all of a sudden in 1980s have AIDS? Is there any connection between AIDS and the Legionnaire's disease and biological experimentation going on with the CIA, the USIA, the NSA, and all the other government agencies that you don't know anything about? Is it possible that there could be some sort of a biological experiments going on, some of them going awry, some of them purposely allowed to go awry to see how far they will go? Is there any kind of a rhyme or reason for the things that are happening today? Keep in mind, too, that what your government pays for, it gets. If you are paid to do something for the government, they will extract from you exactly what they have paid for. When we understand that, then we look at universities and schools, government-financed institutions of education, and see the kind of students and the kind of education that's being turned out by these government-financed schools. Logic will tell you that if what is being turned out in those schools was not in accord with what the state and the federal government wanted, then it would change it. The bottom line is that the government is getting what they have ordered. They're getting what they have paid for. They do not want your children to be educated. They do not want you to think too much. That is why our country and our world has become so proliferated with entertainments, mass media, game shows, television shows, amusement parks, drugs, alcohol, and every kind of entertainment to keep the human mind entertained, so that you don't get in the way of important people by doing too much thinking. You had better wake up and understand that there are people who are guiding your life and you don't even know it. And all American citizens, I think, have suspected something like this is going on. But we're all too busy trying to stay alive and live our lives. And after all, what can one person do about it? One person can do nothing, but a nation educated can do much. Why does Hollywood make motion pictures like Death Wish and Dirty Harry, always showing how regular citizens are misused and abused and tricked and deceived by their government, and then one lone guy has to stand up for what's right because the whole system is corrupt? Why do you think they make movies like that? Is there a message in that? I'll tell you why. It's very simple. First of all, these conspirators, these people, make the movies showing you what the problem is. Then they make the movies to show you what the solution is. They know that you are frustrated. They know that the people of America are frustrated because there is no law and order. But that's purposely designed. We're not supposed to have law and order yet. We're supposed to have crime and the immorality and the drugs and the murder and all the other things that we are besieged by. We're supposed to have that. If the government did not want it, it would not be here. Believe me, this is the most powerful government the world has ever known. They have the ability to get a hold on Adolf Hitler. 50 years ago, he had a standing army, the greatest navy, air force, military, secret underworld organizations operating throughout the world. But this government got a hold on Adolf Hitler because it chose to and it wanted to. And if you do not pay your income taxes, they will find you. If you go to the Amazon jungle, and they will make an example of you. They will find you and they will deal with you, and you know it. But for some reason they're unable to get a handle on drugs and the crime in the streets for some reason. There is a reason, and that's what we want to talk about. There is a method to the madness. You might also want to ask yourself why it is back in the early 70s, while no one was looking, NATO, the North American Atlantic Treaty Organization, changed its fatigue colors from the dark greens and dark browns, the fatigue colors or the camouflage colors, to light tan. Throughout the Western world, the colors were changed for the military from dark greens to light tan. Why? because this government, along with its NATO allies, realized that there would be a war in an area where they would need camouflage, which would be light tan. So quietly, they changed that. They changed the color, and you didn't know anything about it. You want to ask yourself, too, where did Adolf Hitler and the communist government today get their money? Who financed Stalin? Who financed Lenin, Trotsky? Who financed the communist revolution? You might want to ask yourself, what part did American Wall Street play? The international bankers in New York, in Switzerland, in London, what part do they play in financing people like Hitler, like the communist movement, and God knows what else they're financing throughout the world? Why is it that drugs are brought into this country daily and we're not able to do anything about it? We're not able to do anything about the aliens pouring in across the border. I am here to tell you why. It is very simple. The government gets what it wants. There is a method to the madness, as we said, and we're going to explain that to you. Before we get into the older European history of Freemasonry, let's look at our own backyard. Is this a scene from Mississippi burning, or is this a picture of 1930s Ku Klux Klan meeting? Who are the men hiding behind the hoods, and why do they venerate the owl? Simple, the owl symbolizes wisdom because it sees things in the dark. No, this is not the Ku Klux Klan or Mississippi burning. This is your constitutional government burning. Let's remove the hoods and see who came to the party. The last 2 weeks of July of every year, a secret meeting is held in our country in Northern California by the world's most powerful people, bankers, politicians, industrialists, entertainment luminaries, all overworld figures. This group, directly connected with the European ruling elites, is commonly known as the Bohemian Society. Our now famous Council of Foreign Relations, the government behind the American government, is represented here, along with members of the Bilderberger Group of Europe. A meeting held once a year to decide a worldwide scale, your future, a shining example of true democracy carried on in the dark. Obviously here, your vote doesn't count. Appropriately, the owl is chosen as a symbol for this ilk, for it too is at home in the dark. The name Bohemian carries a dictionary definition as, quote, a community of persons who adopt manners, mores, conspicuously different from those expected or approved of by the majority of society and who disregard conventional standards of behavior. No wonder they want no input from you. More specifically American and even darker and equally as insidious is an organization that our own President George Bush belongs to, namely Skull and Bones, rightly understood to be America's secret establishment. The Bohemian Society, Skull and Bones, CIA, DEA, Mafia, and the IRS are just some of the groups that make up the true power behind the throne of America. Like all other kingships, America's power elite hinges on family blood, just as the power structure of the Mafia. To show that the word bloodline is not just a figure of speech, let's take a look at the actual facts. Carefully outlined here are the actual lineages of American presidents and their bloodline connected to European aristocracies of power. Starting from Edward II and III of England, 28 out of our 42 presidents were connected by blood, including President Bush and Vice President Quayle, who are also in fact related to each other. Most of the 14 not connected by blood were connected by fraternal orders used by the bloodlines, with only a few exceptions, notably in disruption, the Kennedys, seeking to disrupt this dynasty of power in America. Owing to their vast financial backing and personal intellectual charisma and much behind-the-scenes political maneuvering by his father, Joe Kennedy, John Fitzgerald Kennedy was inserted into the presidency. The idea being to disrupt the status quo by establishing a Kennedy Roman Catholic dynasty, and thereby serving notice on the Freemasonic powers of this world of their unwillingness to cooperate and play by the unwritten rules. justifiably feeling threatened, the established bloodlines of power in America removed the Kennedy threat. Official police records show that the John Kennedy assassination was closely preceded by and followed by as many as 100 assassinations, all of which were closely connected with the Kennedy family's rise to power. In our discussion of secret societies, Freemasonry, and occult orders in general, we want to talk about one that might be familiar to you, or perhaps you've heard about. It's called the Illuminati. We don't intend to spend a whole lot of time on the Illuminati, but just enough to familiarize yourself if you've never heard of the organization. It was founded in 1776 in the south of Germany by a man named Adam Weishaupt. He formulated his plans in relation to the House of Rothschild in England, Germany, France, Italy. The Rothschild banking dynasty behind the governments of Europe hired Adam Weishaupt to formulate a plan for the world at that time to accomplish certain goals for those in power. That plan came to be known as the Illuminati plan. Now, you can find most of this material in any library, any encyclopedia, under the word Illuminati, which comes from obviously the word illumine, to be enlightened, to be in the light. But there's a very important book that I'd like to bring to your attention called Fire in the Minds of Men. It's on the origins of the revolutionary faith. Fire in the Minds of Men, written by James Billington, is a profoundly important book in understanding the revolutionary and radical movements of the world today and how they got here and who finances them and what they're really all about. I'd like to read to you a couple of paragraphs of importance, I think, in dealing with the occult origins of the organizational arrangements, how the occult organizations throughout the world, secret societies, are organized. In it, on page 87, he says, "The story of the secret societies can never be fully reconstructed, and it has been badly neglected, even avoided, one suspects, because of the evidence that is available repeatedly leads us into territory equally uncongenial to modern historians in the East and the West. In what follows, I shall attempt to show that the modern revolutionary tradition as it came to be internationalized under Napoleon, the Restoration, grew out of occult Freemasonry, that the early organizational ideas originated more from Pythagorean mysticism than from practical experience, and that the real innovators were not so much the political activists as literary intellectuals, on whom German Romantic thought in general and the Bavarian Illuminati in particular exerted great influence." Here he was talking about the organization of the Bavarian Illuminati. You can't discuss the Illuminati without understanding the Jesuit order of the Catholic Church, because Adam Weishaupt himself, the founder of the Illuminati, was in fact a Jesuit priest. He was not just an ordinary Jesuit priest, though. In Bavaria, he continued to support revolutionary radical thinking against the church and has given to the world what has come to be known as the revolutionary tradition. In May 1st, 1776 is when Adam Weishaupt founded this order, and that's why, of course, in Soviet Union and other communist countries, that May 1st is considered to be the important day to all communist revolutionaries, because Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati on May 1st. This you will find, as I said, in any encyclopedia. The bait that was laid by Adam Weishaupt for control of peoples was a very old and tried project. It was called democracy, a people's democracy. Adam Weishaupt, like many others before him, understood that democracy has never worked, is not working now, and never will work. Basically because of the reason that people, while they could be and are the power of any government, the people are always the power of a government. And that on the surface, democracy seems to be the best of all possible worlds. Democracy is a very bad form of government because the people can be misled. Because democracy means, it comes from the word demos, meaning mob. A mob in the street is a demos. Demosocracy, ocracy meaning rule. Demosocracy or democracy means mob rule. You might say that true democracy is like 35 whites hanging one black. That's democracy, the rule of the mob. Now when we put it into more American political terms, it's the rule of the people. And while that may sound good in print, the founders of democracy in our modern day form realized that the people can be manipulated into accepting whatever they want the people to accept. Let's go on with this subject of the Illuminati and its symbols. You will find the symbol of this secret society on the back of a $1 bill. On the back of the dollar bill, on the left-hand side, you will see the pyramid with an all-seeing eye, the eye of Horus, the Egyptian god of light, the Egyptian god, God's son. And you will see beneath the pyramid 1776 spelled out in Roman numerals, and the words Anokopias over the top of the pyramid. Anokopias is translated to mean our enterprise. Anut, our enterprise. Kopias is translated to mean has been crowned with success or is crowned with success. Therefore, Anokopias is our enterprise is now a success. And then to find out what enterprise that was a success, as on the bottom of the pyramid, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the world, the new world order. Well, if we remember that Germany was the home of the concept of the new world order, Adolf Hitler, his entire motivation was to establish a new world order. But in order to establish a new world order, you had to destroy the old world order. And that is exactly what Hitler set out to do, destroy all of the old aristocracy power bases in Europe and set up a new world order. Which brings me now to the Masonic lodges in south of Germany. And their connections with the French Revolution. And there is tremendous amount of information on that subject, and we're not going to go into it today. Suffice it in the French Revolution, in the Mexican Revolution, in the American Revolution, and on all other revolutions going on throughout the world, there are many, many connections between government, Freemasons, in fraternal orders, operating and working together. But we don't know that. And while our people are going into, at this time, into the Middle East, we're not aware of the fact that what is going on in the Middle East is a war between secret societies, factions, occult movements that we don't know anything about. Has nothing whatsoever to do with oil, has nothing whatsoever to do with a conflict that America should be concerned with. It has to do with some very old and ancient Freemasonic folklore. I'd like to show to you also from this book, I'd like to read to you from Fire in the Minds of Men in the introduction, something very interesting and very important as we get into the symbols of the Illuminati and symbols of the Freemasonic orders of the world. On page 6 in the introduction it says, European aristocracy transferred its lighted candles from Christian altars to Masonic lodges. The flame of occult alchemists, which had promised to turn dross into gold, reappeared at the center of new circles, seeking to recreate a golden age. Bavarian Illuminati conspiring against Jesuits, French Philadelphians against Napoleons, Italian charcoal burners against Habsburgs. Always two sides. A reoccurrent model for revolutionaries and early mystics and young Karl Marx and the Russians of Lenin's time was Prometheus, the god who stole fire from the gods for the use of mankind. The Promethean faith of revolutionaries resembles in many respects the general modern belief that science would lead men out of darkness into light. And here's the point. But there was also a more pointed millennial assumption that on the new day that was dawning, the sun would never set. Early during the French Revolution, was born, quote, the solar myth of revolution, end quote, suggesting that the sun was rising on a new era in which darkness would vanish forever. This image became implanted at a level of consciousness which simultaneously interpreted something real and produced a new reality. The new reality that they sought was radically secular and stringently simple. The idea was not the balanced complexity of a new American Federation, but the occult simplicity of its great seal, an all-seeing eye atop the pyramid over the words Novus Ordo Seclorum. The seal that we have on an American dollar bill is an occult seal of an occult society pursuing an occult agenda. We are not aware of that. And that's what we at the International Research hope to do for you, is to make you aware of certain things which are going on in our government, in our world today, that you have not up till now been made aware of.
Yes, family. Through the chair.
Yes, my Lord. Thanks.
Yeah, we give thanks. We'll end it there for this moment. A lot of information, and we're not going to be able to absorb all of it at once. It brings us to a reality, that nothing is random. Nothing we see that is happening is random. The revolutions of the world, as we heard, they were all instigated for a reason by a set of ones that function in the dark. The assassination, the most interesting part to I is when they spoke of the assassination of the Kennedy, because in the US during that time, most people of color supported the Kennedy because he came with a seemingly new ideology. He was more inclined to support initiatives that affected the everyday person. And he was not running with the status quo, the standardized politics that existed prior to their coming in. And as we heard, he was they were inserted in politics for a reason, to destabilize that status quo. And you see how they removed him with extreme prejudice. See? Now, they do not allow anyone to rock their boat. You know, part of bringing this information is to make us look at what is happening in Africa right now and bringing the awareness to all who is hearing this and who will view this, to understand that we must be ready to defend our leaders. Our leaders that are in Africa at this moment, that are trying to make a change. We must be ready to defend them in any way that we can. Now, with that said, a lot of time we blame our leaders for not being able to institute change in the way that we know that it should be. But as we are hearing, and that most of us should have known by now, is nothing is random. The reason why our leaders struggle to do what is right is because there's a force behind them that is either destabilizing their initiative or manipulating them. And as we heard, the masses, see, democracy, mob rule, the masses can be manipulated. And that's what we are. We are manipulated in most countries where we are, whether it is every 4 years election or whatever period of time election is run in different countries. We are manipulated to vote for what they call the lesser evil instead of voting for the man with the R. Any man that come with the R, what the man say? What did our father say? Anyone will come with the R to support that man. But we are not allowed to select or elect an R man. It has to be someone that is made by them. And when I say made, that has attended their institutions. And let us be clear, family. Education is a key. And even when he was breaking down the fact that institutions are funded by the system and the system is getting exactly what they pay for, he still highlighted the fact that a society that is truly educated can make a change. Now, that is the reason why the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Council of Elders, does this every Sunday, trying to bring information to edify I and I people. Because when we are, like Honorable Priest Adigan always say, when Africa's righteous people get themselves together, then the world will come together. See, and so the more knowledge that we gain about what is going on and about ourselves and about our history, we become empowered to do what is right. Now we need to be selecting divine leaders. That is what King Emmanuel were training. He was training a house of priests, but a house of leaders at the same time. Leaders that would come and go out into the world. Just as how you see the Congress became an international Congress, meaning we had membership globally and we had branches rising up globally. That was not by chance, that was deliberate. So we could influence the areas that we are and rise up that our consciousness in people. So today, as we listen to these information, and being the day that our father transitioned, I must reflect on his teaching. We tend to simplify his teaching, or I don't know what the right word is at the moment, but we tend to undermine his teaching by just thinking that it's just about a religious order or a spiritual order. No, our Father understands the bigger picture. That's why he said in his interview that he came to finish the work that Marcus Garvey started. Marcus Garvey knew all of this that we are hearing. He understood all of this. That's why he set out and spent his life creating black leaders. The course of African philosophy is directly drafted, penned to inspire principle within leadership, within black leadership. I would suggest that everyone get that book, get a copy of that book and read it to see what is required of a leader according to the Honorable Prophet's standard. See, knowledge is power, and we tend to shy away because they have done this. They have put that in us, that we shy away from knowledge. We ignore deep conversations. And I see this affecting us because sometimes we post things on our different platforms that we are on, and very few, if any, respond to what is posted because we might think that, oh, it's above I and I. We're not into that. We're not going to even meditate on that because it is a little bit too deep for me. Enough time you hear ones on ones when conversation gets high, you hear them say, boy, that's too deep for me. No, we can't run away from knowledge. Knowledge is power. And the kind of power that we seek is the kind of power to change things. See, it was said, and it has been said several times among I and I, that, well, what Nkrumah didn't change anything. What Dada didn't really change anything. What Haile Selassie didn't change anything. What the Prophet didn't change anything. It is because we are not utilizing those lessons properly. We are not looking deep into the science of those lessons because everything is science. If you were listening in the early narrative of the program, it says there are two components on which the earth is developed: mathematics, which is numbers, and science. Some weeks ago, we brought a program about the CERN and particle physics. These things are deliberate. The council is doing these things deliberate to edify ourselves, that we can understand the true science behind what our leaders were trying to teach us and what they out there are doing. Because if we don't understand what they are doing out there, we can't oppose it and change it. But the more we understand is the more we are able to affect change. See, so yeah, I will leave it there and send it back to the chair.
My Lord. Give thanks, my Lord, for the comment, overall. And, when I listened to the video, we could see that psychological warfare, is the plot, the main scheme in this time. The gun and the bayonet was long time ago thing, and them find a way now to even keep us alive and still keep us living in misery, right? And then the charm us with things of the world, of the commercial world and the synthetic world to make us stray, to give us an illusion, And if I'm saying, even if you don't follow up them things more time, you end up in a frustrated situation as what he was saying too. And it's that how they want to have you too frustrated and out of yourself. Because when you're frustrated and your cortisol level rise, you don't think properly again, you don't move your actions, your judgments are not right, because these people understand knowledge. As they say in the book, the tree of knowledge is the understanding of both good and evil.
Evil, sure.
Yeah, so they understand that same way. And that is why they call themselves the enlightened ones. You see it? You see it? So when they come with the knowledge that they teach us, even some of the education that they teach us, you know, some of it is only to mislead us and to keep us from seeing the full truth, you know. And as Marcus Garvey said, liberate the minds of men, you liberate the bodies of men. So if you do the opposite, the same thing, you understand? If you damage the minds of men and they say oppression like a wise man go mad, you put people in oppression. You see it? You find say you mess with the psyche and now they can't make judgments properly. You see it? So we come like puppet on a string. You see it? And that is how they want to have. You see it? So yes, my Lord and Empress, we have to be open-minded in this time, you know, and know how to discern, you know, because the greatest warfare, I say, is psychological warfare, which is present in effect right now, you know. So,
My lord.
yes, my Lord and Empress, we can open up the floor now for the ones to speak.
Yes, I just want to add one thing quickly. The Royal Arch degree of Freemasonry. Arch, why I want to bring it up. First time I went to camp and I saw an arch over the gate, I really never understood what it really meant until as I and I grow in understanding, and get experience. Our father was deliberate, as I said before. King Emmanuel wasn't random and it was not just about a religious order. He was deliberate. The arch has a meaning, it has a power. Remember, we used to always say, from a one, enter the camp and walk under the arch. Something is cut. Their power that they are coming with is neutralized. See, well, the more we get into the occult system and all of these dark systems, we will see that it's a stolen legacy. It's a stolen legacy, family. They stole the concept of the arch because they came to Africa and saw that. That is where they learned about the arch and the stele or the obelisk and the science behind them, which we will get into as we go on deeper into the program. Yes, my lord, you can open the floor so ones and ones can comment and thing before we move on to the next segment.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. So the floor is open and free. Anyone can step up. Blessed love, family.
No silence, family. We don't have no blank spots on this thing, We're live streaming. So, yeah, man, feel free to just make your comments and ask your question, statement.
Okay. Blessed love, my Lord and
Blessed
Empress.
love, Empress. Blessed love, your time.
Yeah, pretty. I know the priests and them waiting and line up to reason, but I just wanted to keep it correlated. So on the same topic of the African stolen legacy, I just want to refer a book. I think my Lord probably know about this book. It speaks. It's written by George James. Right. So this book generally invokes Mr. George James. He wrote it in 1954, and it's a kind of foundational Afrocentric text, and it's called The Stolen Legacy. So that's a good book to check out. And it actually argues that Western philosophy and sciences were plagiarized from the ancient Egyptian mystery systems and so on. So this concept is a co-element of a broader discourse on the decolonizing knowledge and how they dismantle the Eurocentric matrix of power. So the reason why I'm speaking so fast is because I know time is limited and I just want to get in everything. Pretty, my Lord and Empress. give thanks. So the core thesis of this book is called The Stolen Legacy, which was published by a Guyanese scholar, and his name, as I said, was George James. The book central provocative thesis is that the achievement historically credited to ancient Greek. Yeah, so they were credited, the ancient Greeks, philosophers like Socrates and Plato, Aristotle, as the brethren, the documentary mentioned. They were all actually appreciated from the Black people, you know, this of North Africa. These are the true ancient Egyptians, those Black from North Africa. So as Mr. James argued, that the Greeks who they actually studied in Egypt, and they were initiated into Egypt's mystery school, and later they went on to claim the teachings as their own, you know. So this is the thing, the topic of the matrix of power. So in modern Pan-African and decolonial studies, the matrix of power refers to the pervasive, interconnected systems of Western control. So that is ranging from economical structures to knowledge production, and you know it continue to marginalize Africans' voices, you know. So the Western educational system, it often forces us as African, Black, or call it melanated people and others, you know. The educational system, they give us a lot of foreign history, while they actually ignore our indigenous knowledge system. So this is like a systemic violence, you know, which we can go a little further to address their economical and political control. So the colonial legacy established structural inequalities, resources, extraction, and you know, they extract a lot of things, and they had a global hierarchy that heavily favors transnational elites over other races, even as Black development. So as a solution to this is just to decolonize and restore our legacy we have to dismantle this power matrix, you know. A lot of modern movement focuses on this third formal liberation of Africa by valuing our local sciences, our cosmologies, medicinal traditions. As I hear the Empress, them have a course, medicinal, which is a good course to take, you know. So just live in sustainable way, right, over the imported Western framework. So also we must replace the Eurocentric, you know, they get us with education. So we have to replace that model with an accurate and more historical account of Africa's contributions to the foundations of man, civilization, and mathematics, as mentioned. So in closing, reparations and other agencies, we have to still look at shifting, you know, this African state and institution from a historical stance of victimhood and go towards a more proactive, self-determined agency in all global affairs. So, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for this few words, all prince and princesses. Selassie Jah, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Empress. Yeah, give thanks for your contribution. Yeah, man. You ended very well. That last statement you made, yeah, I totally endorse that. Honorable Chair, I think Priest Ainsley has his hand up.
Oh, Honorable Priest.
My Lord. My Lord, I'm
My Lord.
impressed.
The original chief.
My Lord. I would know like the movement get kind of still away, but
Okay.
give thanks for when I come in and what me hear. First, I want to give thanks for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress and the Church of True Divine Salvation, of which we all are upstanding current members, and give thanks for the Council of Elders, that we could have been inspired to come together and set the thing out of the spiral what we see going on. And when you always hear me say everything is just is Father time we're dealing with, we can see how this board, this platform was directly inspired by the teachment of Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, because we see we are touching into some things where we understanding the full temporal and spiritual, movements what the Father opened the door for us to. It was not a door where you just say, well, look, and you put it in your pocket. It was something we had to walk. It was a journey that we could have all arrived at this particular point here, where we see the need to edify ourselves in temporal and spiritual matters, in understanding the world that we dwell in, and how we're gonna counteract the movements which we know say is directly against I and I, as a people. All signs that little, matrix them I try putting away. So I just saying that we can see this is a relevant, this is not by coincidence, this is by design that the Father brought us all here together. We're not here bigging up ourselves or thumping with chest or this or that, but we see where we need to edify each other, where we need to cross the T's and dot the I's. So I give thanks and I give praises that all we could have been inspired to come together to do such a work. I do believe the Father in Zion Sanctum is proud of us. My Lord and Empress, blessed love, Rastafari.
Give thanks.
Honorable Chair, and I would also like to acknowledge Honorable Priest Lamont, the Honorable Co-Chair on the platform today with us.
Honorable Priest Lamont. Give thanks for your presence, my Lord.
Yeah, I don't know if he's by his phone, but I know he's on the platform, and we just wanted to acknowledge him as we can continue.
Yes, my Lord. Anyone have any comment to share still?
We also have the Honorable Priest Tooth on the platform as well. We want to heal up the Honorable Priest Tooth as well. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Tooth, for your coming in. Blessed.
Honorable Priest.
Oh my God, give thanks to the royal family, man.
Majesty.
Give thanks, God bless them in a long time. I'm not in, but we listen, but when I pull it sickly night. But now, yeah. I like the program and educate ourselves that we can move forward with ourselves.
My Lord.
We can teach others as well. I love enough Rasta even know half a way in our teach, not to me they know.
Truly.
So I give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks to the great work as the elder council, my Lord. Blessed love.
My Lord. Give thanks.
Majesty.
Yes, sir. Education is our minister, you know?
If there's no other question, we would go into the next segment of the program. Hopefully the next segment will prompt more questions and more interaction. This segment is definitely titled Stolen Legacy. And we are going to see, by what is going to be shared, what the stolen legacy is really all about. Honorable Empress Deborah, as you kind of introduced it in your speech a while ago, you are up on the platform, Empress.
Yes, give thanks. Give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks. Abundant love to all lords and empresses. Give thanks for the Sabbath that just went by. and for the strong. So in the name of the Most High, Honorable King Selassie Rastafari, we're together with our beloved Holy King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, we give thanks and praise Rastafari. So do you want me to read it out, right?
Yeah, look at the screen, Empress. Yeah.
Okay. Give thanks, my Lord, respect. Africa's stone and
I hate to hear
legacy.
him cry.
Close your
Blessed Lord.
sorry, Empress. Close your sorry, Empress. 1 second. Please close your mics. We are hearing, when one speak. If you're not speaking, just close your mic and so you can listen and hear clearly. Royal Empress, the floor is yours.
Give thanks, my Lord. Glorify. Africa's stolen legacy refers to thousands of sacred artifacts, human remains, and foundational knowledge system looted or expropriated from the continent during the eras of colonialism and enslavement. Western museums holds the vast majority of these. The most prominent historical treasures and knowledge bases taken includes the Benin bronze, Nigeria, thousands of cast copper and ivory plaques, and sculptures originating from the 15th and 16th centuries were looted by the British forces in 1897.
There you see it there are samples of it on the screen, family. Priceless. Continue, Empress.
Blessed. The Rosetta Stone of Egypt, a vital slab with ancient Egyptian and Greek script used to decipher hieroglyphics, seized by the British troops in 1801.
Here again, you see a sample of it.
The Magdala relics of Ethiopia, their sacred texts, crowns, and chalices was taken by the British military after the Battle of Magdala, which was in 1868.
Exquisite craftsmanship and craftswomanship.
The Zimbabwe birds of Zimbabwe. Iconic soapstones, sculptures looted from the ruins of the ancient city of Great Zimbabwe. Continue reading. The Bangwa Queen of the Cameroon, a sacred 1,000-year-old wooden memorial sculpture taken in the 1890s that became one of the most expensive pieces of African art globally. Continue. The Dahomey thrones and regalia of Benin. Royal thrones and altars were looted during the French conquest of the Dahomey Kingdom in 1892.
Beautiful. Look at the craftsmanship of that altar right there. I mean, exquisite.
Classical and mathematical knowledge. As documented in historical works like George G. James Stone and Legacy. It was just read about him there. Yeah, foundational philosophies, mathematical concepts, and scientific frameworks like early surgical instruments were appropriated from ancient Egypt, which is Kemet, and claimed as Greek discoveries. Give thanks, my Lord and
Blessed.
Empress.
Yes, reclaiming our stolen legacy. I want to read something for the family. The history, and this is coming from the book that you introduced, Royal Empress, The Stolen Legacy by Brother James. The history of the following ancient theory of the four qualities and four elements provides the world with the evidence of the Egyptian origin of the doctrine of opposites or contraries, change or transmutation, and the life and function of the universe is due to either of four elements: fire, water, earth, or air. This ancient theory was expressed by a diagram formed by outer and inner squares. Now, one of the reasons for highlighting this, the symbol of Melchizedek is two squares. It's exactly what you're speaking about here. And let me just continue, and then we'll get a fullness of it. The corner of the outer square carried the names of the elements: fire, water, earth, and air. The corner of the inner square, being at the midpoints of the sides of the outer square, carried the four fundamental qualities: the hot, the dry, the cold, and the wet. The diagram explains that fire is hot and dry, earth is dry and cold, water is cold and wet, and air is wet and hot. Accordingly, water is an embodiment of cold and wet qualities, and when the cold qualities is replaced by the hot qualities, the element water is changed into the element air with the wet and hot qualities. Consequently, transmutation is definitely implied in the teaching of this symbol. It is the oldest teaching of physical science and has been traced to the Egyptians as far back as 5000 BC. It shows that Plato and Aristotle, who had been credited with the authorship of this teaching, derived their doctrine or portions of them from the Egyptians. Um, so we see here, as I said earlier, the symbol of Melchizedek is those four squares, those two squares with 8 corners, and they sit on top of one another. Now, again, that's not random. The fact that Aristotle and others, Plato, Homer, Herodotus, Pythagoras, because as we heard in the documentary, the video that we watched, they talk about the Pythagorean theory. See, we know that Pythagoras studied again in Egypt, and there he learned all that he knew. But then he became the father of mathematics instead of the original father, who is the great Imhotep, the multi-genius, the creator of the first pyramid of Giza. I will share another quick reading here. How the African continent gave its culture to the Western world. As mentioned elsewhere, the Egyptian mysteries and the philosophical schools of Greece were closed by the edicts of Theodorus in the 4th century AD and that of the Justinian in the 6th century AD. And as a consequence, in intellectual darkness spread over Christian Europe and the Greco-Roman world for 10 centuries, during which time knowledge had disappeared. As stated elsewhere, the Greeks showed no creative powers and were unable to improve upon the knowledge which they had received from the Egyptians. So here we are establishing the reality, and I won't go much into the reading because one can read it for themselves. But we are establishing the reality that our ancestors had this knowledge, taught the world this knowledge, and as we all know, civilization came down the Nile. It didn't go up the Nile. Where is the head of the Nile? In the highlands of what is today still called Ethiopia. Remember now, the entire continent in ancient time was Ethiopia, but only one nation state today maintains that title and that name, and that's that Horn of Africa nation state where the Nile originates. So what I'm saying is that these knowledge came down the Nile and it culminated in Egypt. And there in Egypt, ones and ones came from all over the world to study and to gain that knowledge. Now, with that said, the oldest version of the Bible that predated Christianity or predated institutionalized religions exists in the highland region of Ethiopia. The interpretation in that Bible shares a lot of this mystery system to us. This is where the Honorable Priest Knuckles shared a video on the priest platform during the week, which showed you, it highlighted the resurrection of Christ. And in the narrative, it went much deeper, much wider than the simplistic version that we get out of James' version. See, it shows you that the knowledge that the Ethiopians protected for many centuries, they hid this knowledge in the mountains, in the caverns, in the stone temples, see, where a lot of times one priest knew where it was hid and was commissioned to guard it. And those priests would spend their entire life, when they were selected as the custodian, they gave up the world and they spent their entire life protecting that knowledge. Until now, these knowledge are now being released to the world. And this endorses what the Honorable Chair, Priest Imsley, has been saying for a moment. You see, this moment in time that we find ourselves is a very important moment because light is being shined on the darkness of Europe and the world. The light of the dark-skinned people, that place that them call the dark continent, is now illuminating the world, bringing a greater and clearer understanding of truth to the world. Yes, Royal Empress, we can go down the images. As we see here, the ancient Sphinx, another of our craftsmanship created by our ancestors that had a definitive meaning to it. Beside it here, we see the pyramid. These are still existing in the 21st century. some of our stolen legacy as well, because as we saw on the dollar that they showed in the matrix of power, they have the pyramid with the all-seeing eye as one of the symbols that they stole. Now, this is an image of a casino and a establishment in America here, in Los Angeles. See, and if you notice, look at the image. It's not a Afrocentric image. It doesn't have that dark hue, that melanated, reflection. This is plagiarization right here. See, they are presented to the modern world, to the youths that don't know any better, this image as the original Egyptian pharaoh. Here we see a cross. Now, as we notice, it's not one of the Christian cross with a crucified person on it. This is a cross that it doesn't symbolize crucifixion or death. It symbolizes life. This is the ankh, which symbolizes life, family. Again, here we see the stolen legacy, the imageries that they took from I and I. See, this is the avenue of Rams at Karnak Temple. And here we see the row of them right here. You see how much tourists traveling the route. Marveling at our ingenuity. The great promenade at the temple of Karnak. So it's a street. They have created like a street where people walk down and you're able to look at the columns, those huge, magnificent columns with the hieroglyphs on it. The temple of Karnak at Luxor. Earlier in my rising up as Rastafari, I was always mesmerized by the stories of the temple of Luxor. And here we see why Luxor was considered back in those days the center of knowledge. The what? The center of knowledge. This is one of the places that drew the Greeks to Africa. Look at the craftsmanship. These are hundreds and hundreds of years old, still existing, even though the Europeans came there and damaged some of them, trying to change their imagery. This is the statue of Ramesses II. Now, here you see in Las Vegas, look at how they set up the again, stolen legacy. This is how they built one of the hotels and casino, seen to represent that aesthetic of the Egyptian anciency. See, but they make it look like they had something to do with it, like it had something to do with them when it didn't. And again, one point that I would like to highlight, here you have the original look right here. But a point I would like to highlight, we talk about the pyramid and people marvel. Up to today, it is still a wonder of the world, where scientists are still marveling how they were built. As we go through this, you will see the great Imhotep. He understood physics. He understood mathematics. It was great mathematical deduction and equations that they used to build these temples, these images, these craft works. the Valley of Kings. Okay, and here you're seeing the statues. So one of them is destroyed right there as well. And this is the casino. You hear what they call it? The Luxor Casino statue. Again, in US, in the western part of the US, Las Vegas and Los Angeles. This is where they have these casinos and these temples, these hotels with these, aesthetics. Yes, it brings us now to the steeples, the obelisk. These obelisks, they have a purpose. First of all, you see the pillars and like the obelisk, they were always at the entrance of these great establishments, these great temples and institutions. And they were always a pair, never one, a pair. And the reason it is said is that the balance had to always be there. And the balance represents the male and female energy. See, this is our ancestors' concept. Now we're looking at the Washington Monument, one of those famous steeples of the Western world that again was stolen, one of the stolen legacies of Africa. You also have one of these obelisks in a place called Asheville, North Carolina, up in the mountains. See, when I visit Asheville, I always wondered, as a little country town way up in the mountains of North Carolina, why? But the more I visited there, because I've been there several times,
Honorable Priest, your mic muted. Honorable Priest Rasavana, I'm not hearing anything.
His call seemed to have dropped, my lord, and he's coming right back in.
Okay. Yeah,
And this
so we
is a
can.
picture of the
Yeah, go
Ethiopian
ahead.
obelisk, a picture of the Ethiopian obelisk.
Yeah. I heard about the obelisk. Not too sure of the pronunciation. Yeah, I heard that Mussolini took away the obelisk and they brought it back. I don't know the fullness of that story. But we see how much different artifacts it have. We can see our legacy. It's thousands of years back, just by the artifacts we are seeing. And most likely this is just to name a few, you know?
True.
Yeah.
And they have placed them all over Rome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so our legacy is not like, a man set up business and his children carry it on. This is a legacy of hundreds and thousands of kings and queens. You see it? And everything them create, them get it from us, most likely.
sorry, family, that was technical difficulty. Got kicked off for a moment. But
My Lord, good times.
yes, yeah, as I was saying, I visited North Carolina and I saw the steeple there and I was wondering what it was doing there. But the more I visited the city, I realized that there was a Masonic presence, an occult presence there. It is one of their places in the US that has a strong occult presence. And as we heard earlier, the world is run by those secret societies. It is one of the places in the US that I went to and I saw so many white Rastafari. I mean, mind-boggling, the amount of white Rastafari that I encountered there. And some of them act as if they were more Rastafari than I and I. See? And when you check them out, okay, one name I will throw at you, Christopher Kaiser. If anybody know the name Kaiser, it's a German name. And who Wilhelm Kaiser was. You know, he was part of Hitler's hierarchy. I went up there and I met that family. And he was Rastafari, claiming to be Rastafari. I can't say claiming, whatever. You know, he was dreadlocks, looking with, you know, the precepts and the whole fullness and the red, gold, and green and all of that stuff. But it's one of the towns or cities in America that I have visited that I have seen the most white representation of I. Here you see the what they call Egypt on the Potomac. And as we know, you know, that is one of their areas along the East Coast where their industrial excellence is exhibited.
Can you see it to read it?
Everyone knows that Washington, D.C. is a city of secrets. There are secrets in the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. There are secret files in the Pentagon. It kind of got small, a little too small for me. Yes, give thanks. Yes, there are secret in the Supreme Court, the Pentagon, the FBI, CIA, NSA, and vertebrally
And a veritable alphabet soup of federal agencies. Yet the greatest secrets in the nation's capital are not locked in a vault or under 24-hour guard. Washington's greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight. They are the secrets of ancient Egypt and of its influence on the development of the United States and its capital city. America's founding fathers were profoundly influenced by the ancient Egyptians. Egypt is on the Potomac, but you will never know it if you do not know what to look for. You will never know it if you do not know what to look for. The hidden history of Washington, D.C. and its relationship to ancient Egypt are revealed in the pages of this book, The Stolen Legacy.
Nice. Here now we see the obelisk and where they are in the world. You see Karnak, Egypt, then you see Rome, Vatican City, Paris, Washington, D.C. So if we are such a barbaric people, such a savage and, you know, behind time people, why is it that our works, our ancestors' craft has such a value? Why would they take them and put them in places like this? Because as we know, those three places are the power establishments of the world. We're looking at the image of the casino and how they set it up. They duplicated or tried to duplicate what they saw in Egypt. Now, this is Pythagoras, as we were talking about the Pythagorean theory. This is Pythagoras, who them claim is the father of mathematics. Empress, you can read it.
Pythagoras of Samos, the Greek, was born between 580 and 572 BC and died between 500 and 490 BC. He was an Ionian Greek mathematician and founder of the religious movement called Pythagoreanism. He is often revered as a great mathematician, mystic, and scientist. However, some have questioned the scope of his contributions to mathematics or natural philosophy. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem, which bears his name. Known as the father of numbers, Pythagoras made influential contributions to philosophy and religious teachings in the late 6th century BC. The Pythagorean theorem, the sum is the sum of the areas of two squares on the legs. A and B equals the area of the square on the hypotenuse, C. This is usually summarized as the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. If we let C be the length of the hypotenuse and A and B be the length of the other two sides, the theorem can be expressed as the equation A squared plus B squared equals C squared, or solved for C, C equals the square root of A squared plus B squared.
And this they gain from studying the pyramid, how the pyramid was created, and the other ancient relics of Egypt.
Yes. In mathematics, the Pythagorean theorem, American English, or Pythagoras theorem, the British English, is a relation in Euclidean geometry among the three sides of a right angle triangle. The theorem is named after the Greek mathematician Pythagoras, who by tradition is credited with its discovery and proof, although knowledge of the theorem almost certainly predates him.
Stolen legacy family. And here you see an example of the theorem. And you see they're showing it, and below you see the pyramid. It is the theorem that he learned that was used to design the schematics for the pyramid. So while we are here in the 21st century and we are thinking that science and technology is so advanced and that, we know so much more than our ancestors, that's a misnomer. See, we are just catching up. Not even we haven't even caught up to where our ancestors were.
To the chair, my lad. I learned that in school, Pythagorean theorem in geometry. What may I say though? I hear about the man named Elcid. Don't test he is the father of mathematician, African?
Well, really and truly, the true father of mathematics is Imhotep. But it's many ones come out of Africa that had the knowledge. Many Africans, seen, but the Imhotep is the most renowned or famous one because he built the first pyramid. That means he mastered the knowledge of mathematics to be able to build the step pyramids, as we will see later on, as we come into his section of the readings.
And not sidestepping, but I see a documentary the other day on the fort what they built in Haiti, and it's like they use the same kind of theory. because it
The citadel.
well packed together and there was no cement and thing there, you know.
You're talking about the citadel.
Is it that's what the fort name?
Yeah, the citadel.
Way up in the mountain.
Yeah, man, the citadel.
Okay, yeah.
Hippocrates of Kos, 460 BC, CA 370 BC, was an ancient Greek physician and is considered by Western historians to be one of the most outstanding figures in the history of medicine. He is referred to as the father of medicine in recognition of his contributions to the field as the founder of the Hippocratic School of Medicine, which revolutionized medicine in ancient Greece.
So where did he get it? Where did he study?
Correct. Historians accept that Hippocrates was born around the year 460 on the Greek island of Kos and became the famous physician and teacher of medicine. Other biographical information, however, is apocryphal and likely to be untrue. Thus, very little is known about what Hippocrates actually thought, wrote, or did. Nevertheless, Hippocrates is commonly portrayed as a paragon of the ancient physician. In particular, he is credited with greatly advancing the systematic study of clinical medicine, summing up the medical knowledge of previous schools, and prescribing practices for physicians through the Hippocratic Oath and other works.
And do we know that anesthetics was discovered in Africa? Our ancestors discovered anesthetics. Okay. And when in the rest of the world they were still losing mother and child from a breech, when you had a breech baby, when the child didn't come out in the right way and support, and they were losing the mother and child, our physicians were able to save both mother and child. What they call it now, when you
Breech.
yeah, but when you, the word eludes me, but when you burn the tube to seal it and stop cauterization. Cauterization was developed by Africa and Africans. That is how we were saving the mother and child, where the mother didn't bleed out as was happening in Europe and other places back then. So who was really the master of medicine? Continue, Empress.
The Hippocratic Oath. I swear by Apollo, physician, and Alciphus, and Hygeia, and Panacea, and all the gods and goddesses, making them my witness that I will fulfill according to my ability and judgment this oath and this covenant. The Greeks used the name Asclepius as a translation of Imhotep.
Here we coming into our brother now, our ancestor now.
Imhotep. Imhotep appears in history as the vizier of the pharaoh Doja in the third dynasty around 2900 to 2980 BC. He impressed his colleagues with his great skill at healing and was the first person raised to the status of a demigod for medicine and eventually to the level of a deity. Imhotep's medical, philosophical, and architectural works were celebrated even in the early days of the Christian era. Indeed, he worshipped well into the 5th century AD. Imhotep wrote on some general topics as well as about specific scientific issues of medicine, architecture, and astronomy.
And as we know, architecture is mathematics. Okay, it's about math. Continue.
Imhotep was a great physician and was one of the first persons to leave information about the diagnosis of diseases. Imhotep is before all of the great names in antiquity and stands near the top of the ancients in terms of his display of genius. Imhotep was the world's first multi-genius, and his achievements stand at the very dawn of reason and science in the service of human society. Imhotep was not just a healer and an architect. He was a philosopher of the human body and the human mind. In his work, he drew upon the natural laws which taught the ancient chemists so much about the proper flow of life. No other ancient people practiced medicine to the degree and with the perfection of the ancient chemists. Their medical schools were attached to the priesthood and the temples and were known for their ability to heal the sufferings of humanity. The Greek writer Homer attests to this during the 8th century BC when he explained that in medicine, and I quote, the Egyptians leave the rest of the world behind.
Now, the nicest part of this is where it says that their medical schools were attached to the priesthood. Again, it makes us reflect upon our father, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, the Black Christ, because he was not just a priest or a high priest. He was a healer. He was first known in Jamaica as a healer, as a science man, before he was known as the Black Christ, before we elevated him to his true status as a deity. So family, all of this is linked. You understand? It is linked to I and I liberty. This is the reason why the Council of Elders have highlighted this topic to share today, because it is directly linked to the Bobo Ashanti liberty, the Melchizedek priesthood order. As we spoke about earlier, the squares and the symbol of the Melchizedek order being the double square set in the form just like it was described, seeing one square above the other with the point in the middle. When you look at it from above, you're seeing 8 points. See? These are mathematical equations and mathematical science that our father understood. That is what his mystery system was about. The King Emmanuel mystery system taught at Mount Teman, what we call Jerusalem schoolroom. That is what it was based on. The thing about it is that we all came in it young, with our minds bogged down by what we learned in the world. So we had to purge and grow in it. So our father started us at the base point, the simplest point, with the intention that we would evolve to the greatest understanding of this knowledge. See, for most of I and I, as we have gotten up into our eldership, the veil of misunderstanding has been removed from I and I eyes, and we are now seeing it for what it really is, a science of life based on truth, not deception, not democracy, not occultism or all that other dark stuff, but the light, the true light, not Illuminati either, the illuminated one, but the true light, that light of truth. So we do give thanks as we remember our father today, the day when he transitioned. We give thanks that he came and he found I and I worthy to call us to his side and to set us on this pathway towards the light. Back to the cheer family. Give thanks.
Yes, my lord. The chair would like to recognize Honorable Prince Brown. His hand has been up forward. Honorable Prince Brown.
Royal Majesty, my lord.
Bless the Lord.
And Empress. And I do give thanks, my lord, for this very great, for me, it's a great revision, in that I was exposed to what we've been going through here this morning in my early days of high school. See, at school Glenmuir when I went, they started my history course with one thing named Tudors and Stuarts. We show where the whole coming of William the Normandy and the setting up of the British Empire. I'm also had a very in-depth BK teacher and a maths teacher who even give us a allegory them we said that this virgin Pythagoras ran naked through the streets of Rome when the reality of what he had discovered came to his mind. And you agree, and then the great knowledge of this herb, rosemary, that the Greeks and even Romans usually make a headdress with them call a wreath of rosemary and wear on them head when them attend I colleges to be remembrance. So these are five few little, pointers to show that everything is so relevant and nice. Continue, my lord and empress.
Give thanks to that. Rosemary is something that is an enhancer of mind. It helps your memory. So that's a key point there, I guess, Prince Honorable. Give thanks for that.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, and this is the epilogue. Africa has been called the Dark Continent in reference to its development and not its people. On the contrary, Europeans and Hollywood cinematography have whitewashed every great aspect of the Dark Continent, renaming all the marvels of its land. After discovering the tomb of King Tut and all the wealth buried in it, the Europeans perpetrated a deception by projecting the Egyptian king as Eurocentric. The movies that were screened in Hollywood depicted King Tut as white. Mosi Tanu, the river that thunders, was renamed Victoria Falls by the British. A Welsh explorer, Stanley, is said to have coined the name Dark Continent after getting lost in the vast ecology of Akubulan. Akubulan was the original name of Africa before explorers and grave robbers came and renamed it. The Europeans have a possession and control addiction. Everything the Europeans learned from our African ancestors, they claimed to have discovered or created. While they called the burnt skin people savages, they stole our arts and crafts and displayed them in their museums as wonders of the world. If we are so insignificant, how could we have created so many unique and priceless artifacts? Africa had some of the greatest empires, such as Egypt, which was once known as the world's matrix of power. Colonialization have tried to erase the truth and reality of I story. They have Africans modeling our development after Europeans failed civilization. They replaced our system of kingship with politics and politicians, our abunas with missionaries, our warriors with mercenaries, our African spirituality with religion. Now that the truth has been revealed, the lie have no influence. It is time to relive the greatness of our past. Akebulan was once great and must be great again. Alatua continua.
Rastafari. Give
Blessed love,
thanks.
my Lord and Empress.
Royal cheer. It's yours, my lord.
Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, Akiba land, the ancient land. You know? Yes, give thanks for the information in today's program, showing the long history, legacy of our ancestors. And when we see what we see in the world today, there's a whole lot what we will see that is just like replicas of what I created. Majority of everything, the symbols, the way they use the herbs, you know, it was I intelligence, from that time. You see it? Because the white men, due to lack of melanin and you know that time when they came into the world, they didn't have the understanding that we had. So when they observed what we were doing, they couldn't explain it properly, so they bring it across, mix up, you know. So it's just for I to, reach to I roots, as far back as it is. The thousands of years still it is in us. They could take us out, but they couldn't take it out of us. We just have to dig deep into ourselves, deep, deep, deep into ourselves, and pull out the soul of Akiba land, the ancient land. Yes, my Lord and Empress. So panel discussion, you know, panel discussion session, question and answers, comments, interactions. My Lord and Empress, the floor is open and free. Freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, freedom of suggestions and expression.
Is it that the information was so complex that we have no questions, or we have no statements, or even to rebuttal what you may not accept as fact?
Blessed love, royal family.
Royal Empress.
I will speak. Actually, I'm still stuck on the video that we saw. Talking about our system and the oppression of our system. But then now that we're sharing ancient information about ancient Kemet, Egypt, and all the information that has been lost, that has been stolen, I guess ones are quiet because there's so much to dissect, yes. And again, when we think of Sankofa, going back and fetching, there's a lot to learn about ourselves. It's a lot to learn about ourselves. And the vast information causes you to go within to really, truly rediscover who you are, because if we have not, and how true maybe Ancestry.com might be, ones that have went through that process to actually test their DNA, to know where you're from, to know the truths, and then to go and study those things. I guess there's so much going on in my meditation right now. looking at the spiritual aspect of things and really putting faith in the spirituality of things and being guided is one, process for I to gain understanding of myself. But then when I look at our people and all the information that we shared here and then other information that ones maybe have shared, studied on their own, it just causes you to sit back for a minute and really like digest it. It's like we've just, gone across or read across a lot of information that just causes you to think, and again, I give thanks for this platform because it gives us an opportunity to really point us in directions to really, really study all of the information that Africa, in ancient Egypt, and I read about Timbuktu, and all these major institutions of knowledge. It's just a lot for I, and I give thanks for one's allowing themselves to study because many of us, I would say black. When I say black, I say that in a way of ones who haven't identified themselves as African people. I see why some don't really concern themselves with studying because it can be overwhelming, but you have to have a strong strong desire to, again, Sankofa, to go back and fetch, and then again, I'm sort of stuck, in the thought of what our system, the powers that be who work against us, who sat at our feet, where the ancient ones sat at the ancestors' feet and learned from us, but then took it to use against us, and the system itself is very oppressive, and coming out of the matrix is a desire of mine because who feels it knows it, but gaining knowledge of self, learning about our history, tapping into your spirituality and trusting that, the Most High will guide you is a relief, and the more knowledge you gain, the more those scales fall off. And there's a sense of freedom to know that, although we have these institutions and the politics that want to oppress us, we know that, the Almighty will allow us to live in that freedom and live in the truth of that we are sovereign, and so I just sit and I'm just overwhelmed by all the information and wanting to come out of the matrix, So that's just my thought on things. I give thanks, for all the information that is shared, but there's more to study, then yeah, I'll just leave it there. Blessed, give thanks.
My Lord, Majesty,
Yes, praise
chair.
Bless the Lord, my.
Yes, can I speak, Majesty?
Yes, Honorable, freedom.
Glory and give thanks for all the knowledge going through, Just ask Father enough to appreciate of it so we can absorb it, But there is one thing that always kind of rub eye the wrong way in the Congress, is that it seems like we are waiting to carry a negative connotation to Egypt when we speak about
Oh
Egypt,
my Lord. True pre-snappy.
right? It have a negative connotation. When we talk about certain thing and boom, we call the drum when we say Egypt. And I guess it's referring to, as most, is from the early history where what was claimed, which is not actually proven, of being in captivity in Egypt. That is all it is based on, being in captivity in Egypt. And for this one now, Egypt is like an enemy of we, per se. And I don't think we are doing it justice from just that small standpoint. When you look at the great advancement of what Egypt, I mean, we are Egypt, him say Egypt and Ethiopia brother and sister,
Daughter.
our
Daughter.
each power sister.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I don't know why it have that negative connotation to it. You know, and I think it's all because we never really get the full study of it. We were just taking it from a biblical standpoint, but not from a real historical standpoint, you know, of the vast accomplishment of Egypt. Actually, every time you hear it name, it's like you stamp your foot, boom, you know. So, you know, it's like Egypt is synonymous with oppression. That is all it is known for. You know,
Great.
I don't think that is you know, I
Just.
give the great justice according to history, my lad. I don't think so, you know. And I think we need to really readjust ourselves when we are dealing with Egypt per se. You know what I mean? Also that, and also to believe how we born Babylon and we born Babylon. And in reality, the one who we for born is Rome. And it's like we are getting Rome apart in a whole way and I go way back down to Babylon Empire where they go on how long ago. I used to keep a born. And say, yes, we know it signify oppression and all that too. Yet the one who we know rule that we are under Rome. And let them fear for burnout more than anything else. See, because of them rule we are under right now. So that was part of my meditation, my Lord. Give thanks.
Yeah,
Yes,
through
my
the
Lord,
chair.
good time.
Great point, Chris Nappy. Great point there I bring up, my lord. Great point. Honorable Chair, you want to touch it?
No, other hands are up, please. Other gun hands up also. But I do want to say, you know, just biblical thing we just be caught up in, you know, biblical symbolism. We go too far in sometime, you know. Honorable Priest Adigan.
My Lord and Emperor, do give thanks. Remember, you know, my Lord,
Talk up, Priest Adigan. Talking on your phone. Talk up little loud.
my Lord, right? Yeah, as it is, from my understanding, right? Egypt, if you Mizraim translates Egypt bondage, right? That's what it means now. This is where the problem is. The Europeans come and call Kemet Egypt, and we regurgitating the same name. Or the place what we're talking about is ancient Kemet, not Egypt. That's
Chris,
why
again, you will have to speak a little louder. The recording is not getting you.
my
Yeah, we now pick up the high voice.
You pick me up now?
Go again.
My Lord and Emperor.
All right. Well, if that's the best you can do, go and reason, my lord. Honorable Priest.
My Lord and Emperor. Holy Emmanuel, I
Yeah, yeah, Rastafari.
Yeah. So Kemet, as in Kemet, is different.
Because Egypt,
You're good now. You just chip in a while ago. That is
yeah,
no.
Egypt is the name given to us by the European. Our name is Kemet or Kahamat. You understand? Just like even the name Ham. The man did originally it was Cam. And then some change and the K get moved and it become Ham. You understand? So that is, you see, this is the thing, you know, when that is a part of the stolen legacy again, because them changed it from Kemet to Egypt, and now we are saying that injustice is done. But I feel say when no one say Egypt, I think ones will deal with more with the concept of the meaning of the word than the location or the place. Because the word Egypt interprets bondage, so I think it's that reference more so than the location, because if you are a true person, the people who I know who deal with the place where the pyramids of Giza are and Tutankhamun and Imhotep and all of these people who come from there, and Nefertiti and all of these people, to name a few people from the blessed ancient Kemet. You see, but we get so complacent with this title where the Europeans give we now. That's how we explain our history. Prime example, the three figures in from our legacy where them say Asa, Heru, Aset, right? No, for we are used back for them concept. Osiris, Horus, and Isis. That's the European version, and no for one use that reference instead of Asa, Heru, and Aset. You see, these is the things. So if we're going to study that side of the legacy or the stolen legacy, we have to preach it from the original, or it was on whatever pyramid text or whatever. It was known as Kemet, not Egypt. And if we go back in it, the sons of which one of them name was Mizraim. Mizraim interprets Egypt. You understand? So we have to go how far the origin of the word Egypt is coming from, and it's coming from a man named Mizraim. You understand? Which is the grandson of Noah, according to the Bible. You understand? So, my Lord and Empress, sometimes when they say we study or prove, we have to check our history and the origin before the term Egypt was used. Yes, what Priest Nappy says is true. If we're going to refer to ancient Kemet, which them come give the name Egypt, yeah, it has been given a big injustice due to the ripe history what it carry, but I rather present it as ancient Kemet than Egypt, because I know Egypt was the name them come give it, you know. So just my take on what me hear and, you know, and how I understand and how I look at things with my Lord and Empress. Bless it.
Yes, Honorable
Yeah,
Priest.
through the chair quickly.
Yes, sir.
The real interpretation of the word Egypt is temple of the soul of Ptah. P-T-A-H. Okay, so it translates to the temple of the soul of P-T-A-H. The reason why it has that negative connotation is because it is said to be the place of bondage where Israel was taken. You know, now, and when we are saying Egypt, it's just like a small region in the whole land of Kemet where that incident occurred. You know, it's a what has happened again is a miseducation. Like Carter G. Woodson said, the miseducation of the Negro. Well, this is what the Council of Elders is doing, re-educating the Africans to their reality. You know, we're in, and again, I must join with Priest Nappy in saying whether or not, whichever way we want to look at it, we tend to just hold on certain Western interpretation of things and beat down certain realities and not willing to face it. Again, I love the analogy that the priest made with Babylon. Do we know that Babylon was a very great place as well? That created the what they call the calendar, the almanac, and many other things came out because they were adjoined with Persia. And we have to go deep into history to get back the truth, you know. If we're just going to take what the history books and the modern historians have regurgitated to us, we are not getting the full picture. We have to go back into some of the ancient books, the ancient texts. We have to read some of the narrative of people like Cheikh Anta Diop, because you know they were the intellects of Africa that debunked a lot of the Western philosophy that distorted the African reality. See, My Lord and Empress, back to the chair.
And smile out, give thanks. Honorable Freeze Brown. See,
Blessed of my Lord and Empress. Blessed of my Lord and Empress. Also, to get this thing more exciting, what I say, will I not forget the relationship between Luxor and Lex Luthor? You know, from because you say you learn from the stupidest thing. Lex Luthor to me has come to me as one was always in conflict with Superman. And these things might look simple and like just a comic strip reality, but sometimes secrets are hidden and there are certain relationships there. Because Lex Luthor was always depicted as a black man, challenging Superman, you know? Then I come across they come forward to the Pythagoras theorem. The word Eureka. It was the word Eureka. Eureka was what he was shouting out, and that is another significant, thing that come out this knowledge base. Knowing that all of these things were came out of Africa, and touching a little thing now on the Egyptian thing. Remember, I was taught then sometimes we have to analyze what was taught. Egypt was built upon the residues, a delta that was formed by the sands, the residue that washed out of Ethiopia. And my early teachers always pointed me to the display of Egypt and the lockdown, the hidden place of Ethiopia, because modern scholars highlight Egypt, but they don't highlight Ethiopia, and civilization flowed down the Nile from Ethiopia, you know. So some of these controversies is what we have to get, to the root of it and bring things to clarity, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord. So
Anyone
it's
want to
going to
touch
go
that?
the I wouldn't touch it.
All right. Let me just touch a little bit here. I don't want to take up too much of the time, but Ethiopia is a mountain fortress. Ethiopia is directly for the preservation of our African um, cultural tradition and history. If Ethiopia was as open as it was, we wouldn't have the truth today. The truth would have been destroyed. Seen, just like I was alluding to the documentary that Priest Knuckles posed on the priest platform. The one of the priests that not too long past, he revealed this truth to one of his disciples. The interpretation coming out of the ancient Ethiopian text, seeing that shows the reality of what the resurrection was all about and the whole African interpretation of it, which was never known before he revealed it. But they show you the transcript, the transcript was wrapped up in goat skin and preserved for many, many, many millenniums. And like I said, it was given to individual priests, ones that had that divine character, that had that certain type of livicated spirit, devoted spirit, that was chosen to be the custodian of it, that it could be preserved. And you notice that even as much as it was the mountain fortress, Rome went there to try and find the knowledge. Whether you want to call it the Ark of the Covenant or whatever, that is just one bit of the knowledge. They were seeking to be empowered by the hidden truths. Seeing, and if Ethiopia wasn't built the way it was built, you know, surrounded by mountains, as the narrative said. It is encompassed by mountains surrounding it, that we could hide things in the caves and in the regions that man didn't really venture to or was hard to get to. What do you think the rock church, especially the one that you had to climb up the rope, why it was established where it was? These were specific reasons. When you look at the church of Lalibela, see how it was constructed. One of the things in the video said that there was never any rock pile or any where you would show the rubble after you're cutting out all of that rock and thing. There had to be piles of rubble that was left. None was ever found, seen, because of the precision of how the thing was excavated and done and built. Seen, these were scientific knowledge that our ancestors hold up until now for I and I. That knowledge has not been lost because it was preserved right there. What was shared in Egypt was what we wanted to be shared, is what our ancestors wanted to be shared. Because remember now, our ancestors weren't like them, They did not create secret societies and Illuminatis to say only some should have this knowledge or to select who should have the knowledge. They sent the history of the knowledge down the Nile, but they preserved the original manuscripts because they had the intuition. They knew that mankind, remember, it's how many thousands of years we have been in existence on the earth. So through life experience, they knew that mankind had a duality, like all things are negative and a positive. And the negative is a threat to the positive in the sense of wanting to be the dominant energy. So they had to preserve that knowledge that it exists today, that we could have it, and for the next generations to come would have it. If not, we would be talking about Pythagoras and him theorem and Aristotle and him philosophy and Plato and his concept, seeing thinking that that was the highest thought process that exists in the world. When, as the priest earlier said, them didn't even understand a lot of what they got at the time. They took it back to Greece and they had to study it. They had to study it and they interpret a lot of it according to their limited understanding. That's why them end up having the revised versions of the Bible. Remember the first version that they created was was taken from the walls of the pyramid, which them call the pyramid text or the coffin text. And it was the Ptolemies who who were the scribes that they sent to gather that information. And they took it back to Greece. They raided Alexandria, the library, and burnt. They loaded up what they could take and then they burnt what they couldn't take. Then they went back to Greece and compiled what they had according to what they could understand. Because as we have been taught by our scribes and our sages, the English language, the Greek language, Latin, and all of that, they don't have the equivalent to certain phonics and words in gaze and Amharic. So they did the best that they could in interpreting what they stole. And they created from that the Septuagint version, which was the first version of the Bible, the Septuagint version. And all versions now came from that. All that we see today, right? King James and all the versions in between came from the Septuagint version. But the original is that Ethiopian Bible and the Ethiopian um, scrolls that those ancient warrior priests were safeguarding with their life. Back to the chief.
Yes, my Lord. Yeah, so we see the results of what the pirates do, you know, and what the pirates take and try to make in their own version, from knowledge to books, information, many different things, you know. So yes, my Lord and Empress, the floor is open, floor is free. Anyone who hasn't spoken for the day can speak now. We'll give thanks to hear from everyone.
I will pose a question to the family then, if no one has a question. I'll pose a question to the family. How the item see, how the item see the correlation between the information that the item heard today and the order of Melchizedek, the priesthood order of Melchizedek that we are all a part of, both man and woman. How, you know, is there any correlation that the item see? You know, is it applicable? Is it relevant? Is it, you know, because we don't want to do these things in vain, you know, to say, well, we're just bringing information to bring information. We want ones to be able to see the relevance of it and you know, the reality of what it is, because it takes time for the executive committee to come up with the topic, to research the topic, to put the topic together, and to bring the topic to the family and to the world. So I want to know, especially for the intelligent ones that are here, you know, everyone who is on this platform is of a high intellect. I want to hear from the item. What correlation, if any, the item see between the information and the Melchizedek order that we are a part of? Majesty.
Yes, my Lord. Good question, you know. Anyone can answer. What I would say basically still is that King Emmanuel always teaches us to look to Africa. Our whole tradition is being African minded, you know, coming back to the roots of ourselves. You understand what came down from the River Nile. You understand? That was always our culture from day one. So it's just natural, any information what we come across of the history of Africa, it is just naturally resonating with our tradition. And we can look deeper into it, you know, when we look at the artifacts, what we saw today, you know, because I did mention how Mussolini took away the obelisk at a time, you know, and we see over in other places they build over different artifacts and different replicas. So, you know, it's many things. You know, if we look deeply into our tradition and we don't just, you know, follow it word for word to recite, but if we look deeply into our tradition, we will see that we have many ties with Africa, African history, you know. So as the culture say, same way, you know, yeah, we learn to dance abroad before we dance. So yeah, we see it from over here. So, you know, we're so tied in our African tradition. So that when we reach over there, so yeah, it's just natural time. I see it. So just natural, my Lord. I see the information relating to I. The floor is free.
To the chair. To the chair.
Yes, Empress, forward. Bless you.
Yes, give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for another day of reasoning and coming together, you know. A lot of the information I was privy to before actually seeing it. The stolen legacy, the power of the matrix, the matrix of power, etc. But I would like to say first and foremost, you know, most times we come into a culture and we're taught a certain thing, and it's supposed to be a certain way based on the ones who are teaching you the culture. And it is good to know, I mean, a lot of us are, myself, is very open-minded and receptive to information, and knows how to decipher information, good from bad, right from wrong. and it allows us, doing these programs allows us to tap in to that inner strength, that inner knowledge that we always had, but never knew how to utilize it. Never knew if it was right or wrong to say, whether never knew, because they say the more knowledge that you gain is the more lonely that you become, because you have no one to speak to about the knowledge that you have that would understand. And give thanks, that the elders are bringing out this information, showing showing the younger ones, the empresses, the younger generation, that it is more than what it seems to be. Knowing the knowledge of your history, knowing the knowledge of your past, knowing your future. When I looked at the way that we portray the information today, I noticed that the stolen legacy is actually older than the matrix of power, that came way after with the Illuminati and those who continue to colonize us, even if we're not under the shackles and chains on our hands, it's on our minds. And we've always seemed to see Africa in a negative light, and give thanks, that a lot of us, some of us learned beforehand. And when we did come to this Congress, it did remind us to always put Africa first. Oftentimes we have family members, we have friends that would always tell you, who me, I'm not African, I don't know, I Centurion, or I Antiguan, or I Kititian, or what have you. But this order changes that. It stresses more on us being Africans, learning to be Africans. Give me a second, babe. Teaching us to be Africans first, to learn our culture, to learn what we need to know, to get the knowledge that we need to gain, so that when we do repatriate, that we are not going blind. We're not going in a space where we are going to be asked to leave, that we bring, because we would be bringing something to the community, whether it's teachers, whether it's scientists, whether it's doctors, etc. And this is why I always say we must continue the journey that we're on, because our future depends on it. The future of our youth depend on it. We want our children to know that they can be more than what they see in front of them. They can be the engineers and the doctors, those ones what the continent really needs, because there was a false doctrine that is being taught, and it's great to know that the right doctrine is getting out there and that we are receiving it. And I am especially proud of the empresses of the sisterhood who are coming forward, who are even if when we may not say the correct thing, or we may not understand it totally, or we may have another philosophy or another way of thinking, that we are here, we are ready to learn, we are ready to move forward, we're ready to help rebuild, re-energize, rejuvenate, the priesthood order and the sisterhood. So give thanks to the members of the Woman Freedom Liberation League who are here. You all were wonderful today. I give thanks. You did an awesome job. Give thanks to our leading empresses, Empress Miriam and Empress Lily May. Our condolences goes out to you, Mama Lily May. But we give thanks to be under your tutelage, and to all the empresses before us who have given us, because it was not always negative. And we give thanks for all the positive words song and the moving forward, and the push, the persistent until something happens, from the priest, from the royal priesthood give thanks for always being able to give us the information that we need to help us make the right decisions in our lives. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Yes, Empress. Do
Here,
give
here,
thanks
Empress.
for that word. Yes, sir.
Here,
Strength to
here.
strength,
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
man. Here, here,
Strength to
here, here.
strength.
To the
And I
chair.
must
Hold
say
on.
that the Empress them today, I must say that the Empress them today, yeah, did a marvelous job. Empress Dion, I love how you established the epilogue. You made it, yeah, that's how we must end anything at all. On the high note. You gave it energy. All the empresses, Empress Deborah, yeah man, Empress Divine, all the empresses were, yeah, I am without words. And before I let you go, Jabari, I know you're coming in and I'm not going to hold you. I just want to give a little hint to the question. When we hold our Trinity, that Trinity that we hold when we are praying as priests. See, the woman them is a article thing, but for I and I as priests, I know that most of I and I never check what that Trinity really symbolizes, what it is really, the essence of what it's about. That's why I ask about correlation. I want the item to think and write down things when you are watching these presentations. Seeing it talks about the triangle, okay, the triangle, and how the triangle was very important in creating the pyramid and all development that came after, all architectural construct that came after. The triangle before the square, the triangle, the trinity. It's a very symbolic um process or symbolic ritual or process that our fathers taught us in. Everything that we were taught has a very important meaning, family. And if you don't know what it means, you need to suss it out. Ask the priest them, ask questions, and if the priest don't know, the priest need to go find out and come back to you with the knowledge of it. See, it is very important to know why we do what we do, or we won't know if the science is working or if we are doing the scientific process properly. Honorable Priest Barry.
To the chair.
Hold on, my lord. Yes, Prince Barry. You can forward, my lord, and after the Prince Ainsley will go, and then Prince Oswald. Blessings.
Majesty, my Lord, Honorable, give thanks to life and the mighty life giver, give thanks to the EABIC International, founder, leader, God and King, Black Christ in flesh, only Emmanuel I King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Yeah.
Well, I say praise Rastafari, that's the coalition. I listen earlier on, that's the about the two squares them where I said one represent the Melchizedek order, which are the order where I and I live by, yeah? The order where the Father give me. Hold on.
Yes, my lord. Go ahead.
Yes, so I say, yeah, me see a lot of symbolizing in it and a coalition with what we learned today as to the order we depend, the priesthood order. And when it comes to even when you say the triangle and Holy Trinity, Holy Trinity, I see it as a triune God where I said we got a three in one in three, I never disagree, same way, you know what I mean?
Prince Barry, you're muted.
Yes, Priest Barry.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah, here right now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I say life itself is a learning cycle because you never stop learning. You never too old for learn because, like me say, a baby just born a 1-2-year-old can come tell us something you never know as a 75-year-old man, So learning is always a good thing, a virtue to I and I, other people. So we learn a
Oh,
lot
my
today, my
lord.
Lord. I will give thanks to all the mighty speaker them speak, especially my sister them speak some positive things and some powerful things that my brother them said, So each one teach one, We just give thanks to all more. I remember them at this Congress that would have come in and learn more of this thing and know yourself. Cause even when Priest Napier say, yeah, because we are born fire upon Egypt, and I said this and that when Egypt, we are Egypt, our sister and brother said we. But because that negative thing we learn off it, that's why Amanda said, oh, born Egypt, Jamaica, born Egypt, America. You know what I mean? So we give thanks to all that you said and done, my Lord. I lost my few words. My Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Good thanks for the word, song, man. Honorable Priest Hines.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. One of the things we see in the prophecy with the Christ character when him they are praying in the garden and him say, all that thou hast given me, I have not lost none, no not one. So we see the internal God and that internal calling that we all got. I sit down with Jared and Joshua and say, yeah man, long time I wait on the eye them, you know. So we were expected. And that internal what manifests to us when we came to Jah and he blessed us with priests and leading priests and prophet and leading prophet. What was it? Was it that we were so exceptional? No. It was that he saw the willing heart and the cooperating heart and the enduring heart that is needed on the journey that he opened the door for us to begin. So it wasn't like if some of us have it like, we have it and we really don't have it. It's a journey. That's why we can say when we look in the fullness of things, how it was prophesied. It was almost prophesied that we had to come together on this platform and bring a light to ourselves first and to the family at large while we're on that journey. So it's a learning process Jah gave us to be on, and he saw the willing heart and the enduring heart and the cooperating heart so that we will come across things that we never hear before, but when we listen and look into it and we tap into the discerning heart within ourselves, we'll say, yeah, that's natural. It's the same way how with Dada. And we use all these little small examples. Because me and Honorable King Emmanuel walking together in the tabernacle in company with our sandals on. And yet still it had a man who come and when they tell him not have to take off him sandals, him say, nah man, it's natural because it's holy ground. And the brethren then went in to the tabernacle with the man and the man never had on no sandals and them had on the sandals. And when they come back now and they show John say that I want to see after we are show the man say him not have to take off him sandals, he might insist that him had to take it off because the ground is holy ground. And just say, that's natural. And so we stop wear sandals in the tabernacle. That if we show you say the example what the Honorable King Emmanuel show us. He don't go around sit down there like him know everything, but him know the art of all. And him have a discerning heart. So when he had heard that word song to say, the brethren say, you have to take off your shoe because it's holy ground, just say, it's natural. And I say, boy, we never should him say, that's natural. And from then on, we was wearing sandals in the tabernacle. So this kind of understanding, we ask for the Father, and that discerning heart and mindset, we ask for the Father, that when things come our way, even if we never did hear it before, we look into ourselves and we'll see the right of it and stand up for it. My Lord and Empress, give thanks again for each other. Rastafari bless, my Lord.
Honorable Chair, before you go on, Priest Oswald come forward. Before you go on, Priest Oswald come forward. You would attempt to answer the question, my lord. Honorable Priest Hines.
Yes.
Yeah.
If all what we coming here, how it connecting to us directly.
Yeah, if you see any correlation, if you see any connection, if you see, any relevance.
Yes, because I see where it is rounding us off as priests and empresses and prophets coming up now. It's rounding off. It come like it rounding off the edges, making them smooth, making we have a clearer understanding, not just on a ceremonial point of view, but also on a practical reality point of view. You know that way, so within our temporal living, not just on the altar, but on the altar of life. And how it's showing us all these perspectives that we're supposed to be representing and have an understanding of in the whole dynamic of a human existence, my Lord. God in flesh, man of right, woman of right, goddess and goddess, my Lord.
Give thanks, Majesty.
Thanks for your answer, priest. Honorable priest, as well, you can state your comment and give the answer to the question said.
And one thing, priest, before I go, I forget the Trinity, what we hold in my hand in front. It also, I get a teachment where it represents the womb of life. You know, because all flesh comes through a womb, my Lord and Majesty.
Yes. Yes, my Lord. Honorable priest, as well.
Oh, go to.
Blessed love, the one and all, empresses, emperors, princesses, all who hear by ear, all who dare in spirit, all I and I. So that we could have gathered today to give thanks, you know. So straight to the point. I think the question, priest Honorable Priest Rashavana, is if there is something connected between Melchizedek order and the throne and the royalty of the throne. Am I correct?
No, rather than that, in the sense that I'm asking if what the knowledge that was shared today, the information that was shared that we all learned today, because we all learned something that we didn't know. We might have known much of what was there or heard much of what was there, but I guarantee you, I am guaranteeing that there was some element in what we heard today that we did not know. I am saying if in listening to the information today, if there is a correlation or a relevance that we see between the information about our legacy, our levity, and the Melchizedek order which we are a part of.
All right. I hear you clearly, my Lord. Give thanks for all that, right? For all what was said today, because I just came on. I didn't hear the conversation of the day. I had an idea what the topic might have been and where it went. When I came on, Chris Nappy was talking. And from what I heard from Chris Nappy, I think I'm going to hear everything. What he said, how he was talking and expressing himself, for our presence and our taking on certain things and responsibility and the duties and keeping it professional, like we are not asking anybody for anything, and constructive talking. You were talking constructively about doing right things. I was never in the conversation before. I know the whole ideology of the day is stolen legacy. So I could pertain to what you asked concerning the difference between how we live. Because I live and we live Melchizedek way. We try to keep our order of right. We take it on to ourselves. It's not no like Aaronic order. The sacrifice is a living sacrifice. So to be a Melchizedek, anything, you have to live it. I think you have to take on it between you and God within you. So the throne and the imperial throne of Ethiopia, or the seat of the Solomonic dynasty, which was traced back from legendaries, from all to King Solomon and Queen Sheba, and even went on before that. Monarchy was formally abolished in 1995 after the federal people and them, when they overthrew Emperor Haile Selassie and with the coup and them things. Right? So the throne was always there, the throne room and the liberty, come to the tetragrammaton, which is the three fingers that bring in the three powers of the three energy of which individual, because it's always a three energy. And plus it's a mathematical configuration, taking it from square to triangle. That means we are developing more because you could do more with the triangle in building, in architectural plans. Triangles are very important. You use it in electronics too. Like the phone system that when you're sketching people, they were triangulating the call. So when I'm speaking to you on the phone and the Congress, everybody getting tapped and the next one, and then they take three off a tree and they use the tree. So the transfiguration, I see and I put the king, priest, and prophet in there. With Empress me, Queen of me got to be in the middle of that trinity. Because the woman who we have to be completely a man, you have to have a woman, and a complete woman has to have a man too. It's a perfect balance. So for we to get them things going on, we have to just know Chris Nappy was saying was correct. We need to just start to do what we want to do and do it not boldly because we have authority to do things, planning, organizing, orchestrating. But he's a proactive man who's very industrious and always thinks so. I just get inspiration from him from the corner and just absorb from him because that's what he's saying. We need positivity. We need to be no guessing thing and no gesturing thing. We have to be able to deal with any community, any group of people, any race of people, and still carry our dignity and carry this light because no one else is carrying the light that we are carrying and how we are standing up for the justice and to bring things right and make things accurate is the way out. So I thinking if I was answering wrong, whatever, I'm just saying this one more time. The throne and the crown, and the kingship and the royalty was there forever and ever and ever, and will always be there, even before Ethiopia was. And Melchizedek is the order of the group of I and I who take on the priesthood now to be managers and doctors and lawyers, associates, all form workers, human beings, so that we can put it into the school. Melchizedek order is a meditation order. Everything must be thought about before. I can't just say Melchizedek or this or that. It could be different things because we use energy, we use information, and when we form something, we started as architects and builders and we grow. So life has been growing. Information is coming faster and faster. So rapid we don't even realize it, some of us. But it is coming because information is getting clearer. People are doing research and breaking down things simpler. Maths, physics, chemistry, biology, everything is breaking down. So let us keep growing and building each other and know say that the communication of the crown and the throne is just a ceremonial order. That's my interpretation. And Melchizedek order is the labor, is the work of the king, the priest, and the prophet, the Empress Melchizedek daughter, same way, not a man alone. Gender is just a unity. We always push the woman forward. Let us do what we have to do and try to start something, to make something. Everyone start within your own house, now within self, and then you could spread out beyond that. My Lord and my
Thanks, Honorable Priest.
Yes,
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Priest Brown has his hands up, and then Goddess Divine.
Okay.
To the chair, my lord and empress.
Yeah, he gave you the floor, my lord.
And the question that you asked, my lord, you bring forward Iman Evans to a realms which I would call symbols and signs. Well, I would leave out the signs. Symbols have an effect which we call an unwritten language. You see the symbol, there is nothing written there, but it has a physical effect upon your whole nervous system. Most symbols are built of astrological features.
Give
Coming
thanks,
forward,
priest. Give thanks, priest. Give thanks, priest.
so me not forgot to further then.
No, big talk, man. Go further, man. If you can go further, man. Go further.
All right. The trinity, for the triangle, is 180 degrees, which is comparable to the same um, a straight line. A straight line also is 180 degrees. Yet at the triangle bears same 180 degrees So there is a symmetry there. So I would have said fully comprehend that level, one has to go mathematical and know these mathematical formations. You know, a square is 360 degrees, so double square is double 360 plus whatever comes in it again, I'll move it to a different level. So that is the awareness what you opened up in me, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
To say you was I should say you was a student in school, my lad. I see that clearly.
Very interesting. Honorable Goddess Divine.
Empress Divine asked I to read because she has to leave. She asked me to ask a question. It's not necessarily pertaining to what the topic is, but she wanted the priest to ask this question. Wanted me to ask this question. I will make a statement first about the question. As I learned more about Bobo Shanti in the Melchizedek order, and I would say from my own just previous overstanding of priesthood, and thinking about what we have heard of today, in referring to ancient Kemet, mostly as far as the lineage of history goes. When I started learning more about ancient Kemet, I didn't necessarily see it as a religion at all. And I think that is the powers of ancient Kemet and what it upholds out of all the spiritual teachings that that's are in this existence. Ancient Kemet is one that I don't see as a religion. It is extremely spiritual and energetic and vibrational, and it takes away any aspect of in my understanding of religion. And I think that when one's walk in a priestly order, it is for us to also vibrate on that level, doing away with any dogmatic beliefs and any ways of meditation or thinking that will separate ones by this way or that way, or you know what I mean? Although those things exist, right? But when one's really elevate to a higher heights, we should look to the ancient Kemet ones, the ancestors, and really study how was their livity, and again, I'm still learning more about the Melchizedek way, but when I think about priesthood, I think about it being a very spiritual and exoteric kind of vibration. And so I just wanted to share that. But as far as Empress Divine, she wanted me to ask this question. It says, my king man said, woman shouldn't hold the Trinity sign. Is that true? And can they say why? And then there's another question. Oh no, she just wanted to make a statement that she would like to express her gratitude for the shared knowledge and for the lead, considering to read the Health Corner, even though she feels as though she didn't do it in the heights that she would like to, but she did. But the question again is the woman holding the Trinity sign. Can one speak on that? Blessed.
Yes,
Mighty priests are on the platform, so I don't have to say nothing about that. Mighty priests are going to teach me something right now. I am here to learn. I'm a student of knowledge.
And to add to that, because even in Nyabingi, the empresses hold the Trinity. So I just wanted to add that. So yeah, good question.
I will just jump in and I will just respond to that what you just said and leave the other part of the question. The Nyabingi don't really have have order the way that the Melchizedek order is. The Naya being is kind of this is no disrespect, you know, cause me go my Naya being, I love my brethren them, I love their way, same way. But the Melchizedek order is a very principle order that draws on a lot of ancient symbolism. And by drawing on it, we know, we are supposed to know what it means. Seeing because the Naya being the order doesn't lay on their stomach and pray, or turn to the east and pray, or pray how many times a day at the different symbolic hours, 6, 12, 6. You know, so it's a little different. You know, what they are the firebrand. They are the firebrand that bring the fieriness to the Rastafari liberty and to the order itself. But the Melchizedek priest, we are based on a lot of symbolism. Like I say, when you enter the camp, you have to go on an arch and there on and there on and there on. But I want to hear the answer to the Empress's question. That's what I'm really wanting to hear. Give thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, my ears are wide open too. I'd like to hear some answers to that question. Floor is open and free.
Can I ask a question too, or make a statement? I want to say pertaining
Yes,
to the
Empress.
question.
Yes.
Because it's interesting. I'm laughing because my king man, when he took me to Bobo Hill and we were standing towards the east to get ready to pray, I too held the Trinity and he was like, mm, 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 mm. And so I was taken back a bit by that because I've never been told not to hold it. And it's very, very natural for me to. As I'm learning more and coming around more, I see that there's other ways. And vibrationally, it feels right for me to hold the Trinity. Now, as far as some of the traditions, I'm not sure of. I don't know. I don't have that knowledge. And one thing I will say, and I say this in all humbleness and maybe even in ignorance, but when we start placing rules, I would say, to certain things in the liberty, it weakens it, you know. And when things are done in spirit and in truth and natural, I think we have to tread a little lightly and humbly to not mess with it. And I think we are creators, right? You know, we are God and goddesses, and we naturally can say, hey, this is the way or this is the way, right? But who are we to say that there's a right or wrong to it? And we have to be careful that when we deal with spiritual things, that we, again, do not make them dogmatic. And so I too want to know, you know, why is that a woman can't do it? Because again, I think it causes it creates division, and that there's a hierarchy in spirituality. You know, when we talk about the balance between the masculine and feminine, you know, we have to truly hold to the balance. Otherwise, again, we're going to separate, you know. And so I too want to know, because I hold it because it feels natural. But am I wrong? You know, give thanks.
Yes, give thanks, Empress. Yeah, so we are just being inquisitive, you know. Nothing wrong with that, you know. So the
If
floor is
no one do
open, my
have
Lord and Empress.
if no one do have a main answer right away, go and think about it and come
My
with.
Lord, blessed love, blessed
I
love.
need.
Yes, praise Brown.
Go ahead.
We have to come forward to the metaphysical reality where you just remember, which enough and I think I didn't even take certain things as demonology, so we did create to enter in ourselves. As I mentioned before, the Trinity is 180 degrees mathematically, which relates to a straight line. It also is connected, if you remember straight, to the constellation of Osiris. So whole in the Trinity and our levels of connection is connecting to that celestial sphere, balancing earth and heaven energy. With the woman, her power is in the earth. As with a point enough ones will dig deeper, research the African goddess of water and the breast, the power of the breast. When that came up before, Dada Chun, Dada say remind us of a little thing where somehow we will go a country where learn when our mama say, you better not make me hold my breast and cry for you, you know. Because the breast is connected to the heart. It's the metaphysical energy and the flow of energy. So this is the higher science when enough time here, please, and Havana, an inch span. But like enough away, none really know the connect the mathematical and the astrological relationship with spirituality. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Yes,
Thanks, my
Honorable
lord.
Chair.
Yes, I do.
There's a point I want to touch that the Empress, she opened up a quagmire there in her statement a while ago. Royal Empress, I'm not even, and this is not in response to the Trinity, because I'm still waiting to hear the honorables them explain it. But in response to an order and a tradition and principles, um, what we have to understand in the balance, a man and a woman, a male and a female, we are equal, but we have separate roles in life. Equal but separate roles, meaning that our both roles are primary, are ultimately important. They go together to make the balance and the whole, but they are separate roles. I, as a male, I don't suckle children, I don't bear children, I don't have that great intuition like the females have. That is one of the item gift. Them have great intuition. A mother can sit here and before her child falls outside, she don't pick up that already and move to stopping that from happen. Seeing that is one of the item gift. And we couldn't as male look at that now and say, well, there is a female dogma to that or anything like that. Seeing it's just a separate um, virtue that is given to the item for the role that the item is playing. It's same way within I and I order. There are just certain things that the females do not do because it is coming from an ancient time. It's not I and I in this modern time who create those principles. Those principles were designed and brought forward by our ancient mystics who studied deeply to understand them. That's why you heard me say earlier that a lot of times we feel like we know more now than they knew back then, but we don't because Priest Knuckles highlighted something in the week in this presentation of that documentary. In the stillness of our mind is where the heavenly kingdom resides. And today, how much time out of the day or night or within our life do we really get a chance to experience that stillness? We are living in a fast-paced modern world with a lot of distractions. The matrix of power said it today. It is not, it is deliberate that they bombard us with all of these media and television and shows and drugs and alcohol and all these things to keep us from thinking, to keep us from going into that stillness of mind to experience the kingdom of the Almighty. Our ancestors had those moments. Civilization was not the way it was back then. They had the time to spend 21 days a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months contemplating an issue, one issue, not multiple issues, one issue. We don't have that in today's world. We have to be worried about how we're going to pay the rent and the cell phone bill and provide for the youths and other things. See? So they had the time to contemplate and to understand so below, so above. What our mystics drawed on was the priest Brown. More time you say some little things that you don't even know how profound you sound, my lord, and how profound you are. See? The astrological understanding of our livity is where I and I is trying to bring I and I to. See, that is what the priesthood order is all about, bringing that above understanding to where we are below, so we can rise back to that heights of above. See, and I'm saying all that to say, Empress, don't feel like it is a male chauvinist thing when you hear some of the I would call them restrictions placed upon the feminine energy in the ceremonial order. There are reasons behind it. It's just that we are just now bringing those reasons to light. And it is for I and I to contemplate those reasons and try to get to the intent of our ancestors when they established them, so we can fully comprehend them. That doesn't mean we're going to accept all of them, but it means that we will have understood the intent. And if the intent wasn't to be chauvinistic or to be hierarchical or hierarchical, see, then what was the intent? Was it to bring a science to the table? Was that science perfected? And what was the end result when that science was performed? Did it fulfill what the intent was? That's where we are trying to go with these lessons that we are learning together, seeing as we grow within our spiritual and secular consciousness. My Lord, Honorable Chair.
My Lord and Empress. Let's give thanks that we are evolving, and being more African minded, understanding the cosmological side of things, and not just what the world places in front of our eyes. I already say believe none of what you hear and little of what you see, Yes, my Lord and Empress. Floor is open still.
Family, step up, because there's another controversy that exists too, and I know Empress Akim might know a bit too. Where we don't allow and it's not we don't allow. Science does not allow the Empress to be Nyabingi drummers. And that is similar to the holding of the Trinity. And there is a reason behind it as well, which we can get into at another moment. But I would leave the floor open for once to respond to the Empress's question, the Empress Divine's question.
Yes, I have no facts about it really, but the only thing I observe is that within all the eye traits, I don't think I ever saw Empress Man and Whole in the Trinity. We know say a whole lot of eye traits you see His Majesty Whole in the Trinity, but I don't recall Empress Man and Whole in Trinity in any picture, and that doesn't mean anything still, it's just pictures, but I think that is why more so, ones don't really do that, because it was never seen. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not too sure myself, but from the pictures I remember, I don't think I ever saw it, but that doesn't signify anything still, Yeah.
Like how you speak.
Yes, I have to be truthful. It doesn't signify anything.
Yeah, I like how you speak, man. Yeah, I like how you speak.
So yes,
if we're not definitive, if we don't have a definitive statement or answer, we must not sound definitive. We must process the way the way we really have it. We're not sure this is what I think, or this is what I ascertain, or this is what I have heard. But until we are
Yes.
definitive, give thanks for that.
We should all stand to be corrected more time, my lord,
Yes, my lord. Yes.
Yes.
Everyone have I know.
First of all, my Lord, if you have the answer.
Like I say, I am leaving that to the big the major priest them, because this is a order, this is a priesthood order. If the man them going to tell the woman them not to hold the Trinity, them have to be able to tell the woman them why. See, so I want to hear from the man them, because we can't just be doing things just to do things because we heard it done or said. We have to be able to explain, because when your little girl asks you, little princess asks you, what are you going to tell her? Some hocus pocus, some little thing out of the sky? No, just like we just said, we want to be factual and definitive when we are addressing things. And if we don't know, let us just state it clear. We don't know. See, we have heard, we came and saw it that way, you know. But if we don't know, we need to find out. That is the reality of this. If we do not know, we need to find out. I will give my opinion at the end of things, but I want to hear some opinions first, because we keep on. This is not a lecture circuit. This is a reasoning. This is an interactive reasoning. So I want to hear from a bridge in them and my sisters.
Yes, can I speak again? Real quick.
Miss Priest
Mhm.
Ainsley.
Priest Imsley first, yes, or
Blessed love.
Yes. Yeah, go after precise.
Yeah.
oh, okay, blessed.
Yeah. Well, I and I, before we was Bobo, we was in the Nyabingi vibes. And I remember me and my empress. And both of we used to hold the article. But then now when we come on Bobo, Josh, to the meditation what we see, you see where the woman put her hand on the heart instead of holding the Trinity. And if I get that exact definitive reasoning of why, but as I say, we did look on Empress last year, and we never see Empress Memen really hold the article. I saw John hold the article. So we never really question it as to say why. It's just, I'm feeling that way here right now. I should be able to just say, this is why, I mean, I like to be in a position like that. So me, I like to get the fullness too. But as I say, we see I did get a clearance already to say the article represent a womb, as I did say earlier on. So it's a good thing to be able to dot the I's and cross the T's. So this is the best I can really come up to say, well, we never see Ja whole Empress Memen whole article. And when Ja come and show me that, when we get that clearance in Bobo Hill, we say, well, we'll see where it's natural. So my Lord and Empress, bless.
And if it represents the womb, that means that the woman's supposed to free.
Well, that's the thing.
When you say free,
so free to hold it, because she have the womb. Yes, because she have. So thanks, my lord, for your openness and your response as well. I am learning. I am here as a student, same way.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Honorable Empress Akim, you were next behind the Honorable Priest again.
Yes, blessed. So in my meditation, I was just thinking about it all, right? And hearing one say that, Haile Selassie held the mudra, I would say, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And I think it's fair to say, too, in all humbleness, that if we don't know the definitive answer, we're okay to speculate, And because of tradition of not seeing Queen Omega hold it,
Phone going amok. Okay, go ahead. No, I thought I was. Go ahead, Empress.
No, I was going to say, seeing that Queen Omega did not hold it doesn't necessarily mean that she would not hold it, right? But being that I would assume that Haile Selassie was one who probably was deep in meditation and spirituality, that is it possible that he was holding that hand gesture because of grounding? I know me, myself personally, when I do it, I feel grounded. I feel, and it symbolizing in the hand gestures of the mudras, that is a form of meditation. So could it be that it symbolizes that alone? It is a grounding. The root chakra, it says that the root chakra, of course, based in the spine, symbolizes the color of red. It is the element of earth, which would be grounding. And it governs basic needs of food, shelter, finances, physical vitality, and again, grounding. Is it possible that that is what it is simply, and then again, being a woman, I would think also that relation of the womb, it would give us the freedom to hold it. But, I was just thinking about it, because do we have a definitive answer? Is it just speculation and tradition? But now that we're delving into it a little deeper, can we apply it to different things? Was, Haile Selassie tapped in to the meditation in that way, that he knew what he was doing, not necessarily saying, hey, follow me and do what I do. But now we have seen it. We're like, okay, so let us apply it, right? And what does that do to the body? Was he teaching us to follow without actually saying this is what it is? And that was just came to my meditation, because we do it, but we don't know why we do it, right? But I feel for myself that it is a feeling. And I would challenge ones to actually in their own time truly do it when you are, in your meditation, and see how it grounds you. It is a feeling that overcomes you like no other, that it's, that it really centers you. So I just wanted to lift that up. Bless it.
To the share. I have
Yes, Empress.
no, I wanted to know, right? Is it not? No, let me first and foremost say, I think certain principles are principles that should be held, while there are others that we can question. That's just me personally that feels that way. My second thing would be, is it not a Masonic symbol? So therefore, if it's a Masonic symbol, empresses will not necessarily hold the Masonic symbol. I don't know. Just a question. Just my thoughts. Listen.
After what we learned today, I would question if that was originally a Masonic symbol, or if Masonry learned that from, something of more anciency.
Right, because remember it also said that the symbols and thing was stolen from I. Even the red, white, and blue that's in the American flag, and many the Nazi sign and certain other signs or symbols was stolen. So that's why it's
to the chair. Because it have two trinity, you could hold it now. You can hold it with all your fingers, and then you can hold it with just the first two fingers on your thumb, and the rest of fingers crossed, with forming a triangle in between there. Yeah, I don't wanna.
Yes, and I would also say that was not His Majesty a Mason. Maybe not Masons as we know it to be, that negative side of what we know, but was he not a Mason?
Well, that is one thing we can go into to see if we not come up with a definitive answer. Make we research it out.
I love it, Royal Empress. I love it, family. Opening up some door. Have hours and hours to go, because for them that opening up going take hours. Because when you touch
Hey,
on
my
that,
lord, I never look on it say him did involved with Masonry. Them symbol they even precede Masonry from ancient. Him get an honorary of the Masonry, but not like him was, as far as I understand, all of this story I've read of him, you know, of him being an active participant in it. But I know them acknowledge him. You know what I mean? My lord.
Okay,
That's it.
let me chime in a little bit here so quickly. Um, where did the original Masonic order come from? Remember now, Emperor Haile Selassie is the from coming from the root of David. You understand? He's coming from a dynasty perpetuated without interruption. Seeing, he is the 225th, ascendant to that Davidic line. So the whole order came from that ancient time, from the time of because the emperor is one of the only man in creation from that time till now that can trace his lineage back to the days of the flood, to Ori, the 35th or 36th grandson of Noah, See, that means all the way back to the time of Enoch. See, this is where I and I chad is coming from. That's why I hear the father say all the while that I and I live it is thousands of years old. We are just reviving it. So what we are doing is learning now or relearning the true essence of what it is. Now, the order, what they calling Masonic order, see, started with the whole line of King Solomon, Sheba, David, coming from that line. He created the first order, just like how Melchizedek created the first order, the first order, not the Levitical order, not the Aaronic order, but Melchizedek was the ancient order of priests that wasn't attached to a bloodline. It was by an oath. That means it was a free volunteer levity where a one. It's like the Batawe priest order where it's an internal calling. You feel that internal calling and you come to the levity and you make your pledge to the Almighty that you're going to walk within that divine order for however long you choose, to however long you want to pledge to the Father, whether it is for a lifetime or for a period. See, but it's an order. See, so our traditions are coming back from way back when. Now, let us touch upon the Trinity and try to break it down. When we came to our liberty as Bobo, we learned about the triune. We have redefined the triune, see, in these latter days. But what was it that we learned about the triune? It was a king, a priest, and a prophet. The saying goes, without the priest, there is no ceremonial order. Without the prophet, there is no vision. Without the king, the people perish because there is no law, there is no order. The king is the lawgiver. The prophet sees the future, sees what can be. And the priest is who creates that atmosphere where you can be relieved of your sin. You can atone, repent, and all of that, and then reconcile with the greater good. That is how we come learn the liberty as Melchizedek priest. Now, remember, the priesthood order was first established on the shoulders of the man. Now, we're not saying throughout our African liberty and tradition, there haven't been divine empresses who have been priestesses in their own divine right. But we are talking about the Melchizedek order. That is one thing we always have to factor in. This is not the Levitical priestly order. This is not the Aaronic order of Moses or no other order. This is based on the Melchizedek tradition. That's where these things are coming from. Now, the emperor coming from the same order. He was the king priest, just like Christ was the king priest. The whole, allegory of the Yahshua the Christ or Jesus the Christ, see, was the king priest. And he, remember, he was not of the Levitical priest, because he came and he did away with a lot of what the Levitical priests were doing, the blood sacrifice and other things. See, so coming back to our Trinity, what is the Trinity really based on? We spoke of the triangle. The triangle, wherein the length of the triangle is not what we're talking about, the length of each line. It's the points that are important. The point at the top and the 2 points on the sides. That is what is important about the triangle, the points. And those points represent the three energies, the triune. See, these are things that I and I need to, in our spare time, in our quiet time, research. You might not find Google don't must give you those right answers, but they are ancient books written from in the day that if we can get access to, or we can find some of them online, we can go and read and get the fullness of these explanations. See, and I will leave it there and leave it to the floor.
Yes, floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Have
I love
anyone ever?
I love
Go
this
ahead.
reasoning. Give thanks. This is the kind of stuff that sharpens us. I give thanks. I give thanks, Oja. I just wanted to lift up a couple of things. What Empress Trisha said, I've heard before too. That the emperor may have been a member. But then we also have to question how far back, because again, we know through life, our true and ancient history has been tainted. And so even now, I question things. I'm humble in that, I listen, and then it's my responsibility, like you said, Priest Rasavana, to then go study. But we also have to trust the God within I and I, and the power of reasoning. That's why I love talking so much, because we get to hear what Christ is saying within I and that's where the truth lies, because we can read many texts, and what we are reading is confirmation of someone else's meditation, is how I see reading, and if it agrees, with the Christ within yourself, then I call it truth, because anyone can put anything in a book and it can be their opinion, but it's not righteous. And so sitting here, bless you, Sila. So when we sit with one another and we reason, we're listening to the God in I and I. And that is why I seek the truth. Yes, we should go and read, but this gives us the opportunity to find what is truly what we're supposed to be, living by. But when I think about the Trinity, again, it still leaves out the feminine, the feminine, prophet, priest, and king. But I look at also the Trinity as being man, woman, and child. And again, looking at the sun, moon, and the star, still holding that feminine energy within, because I think that is the true balance, in all of creation, and so I just wanted to lift that up, bless it.
Yes, Empress, give thanks. And the Trinity has many definitions, but we were just talking about the Melchizedek order, because the Trinity also air, heat, and water. See, there is, several definitions for the Trinity. But, um, we are called to different liberty. Before I came to the priestly order of Melchizedek, I passed through all the mansions of Rastafari. I hear Priest Nappy say that all the while too. that he has visited the other organs. Well, back in my time, there were 15 groups, not just the 12 tribes of Israel and Nayabin. So I visited a lot of the groups, them RME, Rastafari Movement Association, the Judah Coptic High Assembly. I mean, a whole range of different groups that existed back then after Bakawal was destroyed. But it's the one that I internal, like the I say Empress Akim, your internal God speaks to you and tell you, say, yeah, say, am I living to this? The first time, and I will end with this, the first time I went to Bobo Hill, I was 13 years of age. I left school, high school. I skull school the day because usually we would skull school on Wednesday, leave after lunch on Wednesday or Thursday to go to either the State or Carib Theatre to take in the new karate flick that come out. So on Monday we would get the newspaper or the Star and we'd be looking in it to see which new flick coming out this week and which one we wanted to go to. And we would skull school on that day and go take in the new flick. That week I was looking in the paper to see which flick and I came across an article with a headshot of Dada, just the head, not his whole body, just a headshot of him and an article, and in that article I saw words that I've never heard before and words combined that I've never seen combined before, like Black Redeemer, never heard of it before. Black Christ, never heard of it before. See, repatriation, never heard of it before. See, and other words. And it was so mesmerizing. But them said the sheep know the shepherd voice. In seeing it, it opened a curiosity in me that was just nagging. I couldn't kick it. I couldn't get rid of it. So instead of going to movie that week, when Marissa Bridge and them went to the movies, I decided to, instead of stopping in Crossroads where the theaters are, I traveled on the bus all the way downtown. Now this was the first time going into Kingston, down into Parade, where the center of Kingston, where I catch the bus to go to Bull Bay. It's the first time going down there at the age of 13 without my parents chaperoning I. See, so it was scary to I, but there was an energy drawing me that I couldn't resist. I got down there and I asked the iglas them that were selling on the roadside, which transport takes you to Bull Bay? And they told me the X98 round by Orange Street. And I went round to Orange Street and I looked, whole heap of bus round there and I look and I till I see the one, it's X98. And I jump on it. And I travel out to Bull Bay. When I got out to Bull Bay, I asked question about the Rastafari camp and they point me to down the beach. I ended up on the beach. That was the first time going on to the beach camp where Bongo Gabi and Bongo Puro and, Bongo Fuzzy and those virgin were. But then I realized that is not where I was looking for. So I asked them about this man, Prince Emmanuel, and them say, look up on the hill then. And when I look up on the hill, I saw a couple shanty, and them said that's where he is. So I left forward now and head up, and it's a mile from the street. I walked up, and as I got close up to the camp, before I even reached to the hill foot where the camp sits on the plateau, I heard drum sound. And the closer I got, the drum got louder. And the louder the drum got is the more my heart feel like it was like a jump out of my chest. Because, as a little youth, that fearfulness now take hold, and all the little Anansi story them where you hear about Rasta sacrificing children and all black art man and them you could hear that story there running through the mind at the same time, but still that pull of curiosity was greater than all of that fear. And I finally made my way to the gate, knocked on the gate, and the gate opened up. It was Honorable Priest Janil who was at the gate at that moment. And welcome I and let her in, and Bam. I get to come in, teach I the ritual of praying, turn to the east, take everything out of my pocket, all of the good stuff. And then I got to walk through the yard until eventually I got to see the father. When I went before the father now, finally, he came out and he came out of the room with a picture of a black Christ. That picture with him with a black Christ being nailed to the cross. And that's what he came out and greeted I with. And he spoke to I, gave I blessing and gave I, whatever the narrative that he shared with I at that moment. But from I met him, from I looked in the Father's face, listened to the Father's voice, his whole demeanor, that humility, the man was just so, all that fear just subsided. He was so humble and calming. And eventually, a matter of fact, that day, I was not the only person there in school clothes, in khaki clothes. I met Priest Kitty. Honorable Priest Kitty was there coming from KC. I was coming from Calabar, both in our khaki uniform. So eventually, the day came to an end and we left, going down the hill, going to the bus stop. Both I and Priest Kitty. And from that moment, I knew I found my shepherd. And I have never left I shepherd from that time. Yes, we have traveled the world and go places, but we always come back home. We always headed back home no matter what. See, and I'm saying all that to say, you feel your calling, and it's not all of us are called to the same liberty, and that doesn't make it wrong. It's not a wrong and right thing. Naya being bridging them is not wrong or right. They are called to that liberty. I 12 tribe bridging them are called to that liberty. The school of vision, all of the different groups, they are called to that liberty. But the uniting factor of all of that is we all saw Haile Selassie the first as the divine, the power of the Trinity, the ultimate example of a human being, and Mama Miga as the ultimate divine feminine energy. See, and that is what unites us. See, and it's the same now with the woman, with the role of the woman. The woman has her role, the man has his role. And if the man does something that is different from the woman, it doesn't mean that it is a right and wrong thing. There is a reason behind it. Like the woman not drumming. Can anyone say why a woman is not allowed to drum? Because that's another, I think that would bring even another level of clarity to us. Why is not a woman allowed to drum within the Naya Bingi drumming now? We're not talking about general drumming because women drum in general drumming in different rituals of Africa, in different drumming sessions, drumming circles, and all of that. And I have attended all of that too, and I enjoy that as well. But why is the woman not allowed to drum within the Naya Bingi art?
To the chair, is it that the vibration of the drumming does something to the womb?
Yeah. All right. You're a good student. I love that. You're a good student. It is a reason. Now, the Naya Bingi drumming is it's not what we have made it, We have made the Naya Bingi drumming a ceremonial drumming today. It was not about worship. Naya Bingi was never about worship, family. Naya Bingi was about worship, not worship. And it's not me. I am none of what I am saying is from me. I learn it same way. You understand? I was curious and learned it same way. Haile Selassie I was the supreme, was made in 1936, was selected to be the supreme leader of the Naya Bingi order, a secret society of Africa that was created as a defense mechanism for the continent. It started in Uganda with Queen Naya Bingi and Queen Naya Bingi warriors that drummed were male. The woman didn't drum. Why? Because you're drumming not only the rhythm and the vibration, but you're drumming for an entire night. Sometimes more than, sometimes it's nights and days and nights of Nyabingi. Now, our greatest of drum players, people like um, Priest Birdie, Priest Shani, Priest Keity, when them sit down around drum, I've seen Priest Keity and Priest Shani play a celebration where they sit down around the drum about 7 o'clock, between 7 and 8 o'clock, somewhere around there. And they don't get up until sun come up the morning. And when Priest Shani can tell you this, when him get up and go and use the bathroom in the morning there is blood, tinges of blood in his urine. If a woman was to attempt that, she would bring down her menstrual. It would harm her womb. This is science, this is biology, this is reality. A woman beating a drum, playing a drum for an hour, half an hour, so, and playing it in that nice, calm tone is different from Nyabingi when we are warring, when we are death to the Pope, death to the wicked, and we are strike out. And for all 2 hours straight, we are strike out. That takes a toll on your goodie. From your mental to your physical, to your back, to your womb area. It affects it. That's why a woman, enough time if a woman was to do that, she'd get up and leave blood on the chair where she's sitting. Especially if she is within a certain time period of our monthly um, menstruation. See? So there is a practical reason for it. It's not chauvinistic, it's not male dominance, it's not hierarchical. It's scientific. Blessed love majesty.
Yes, my Lord. Thanks for the clarity, you know. It doesn't mean that the Empress them is forbidden to touch the drum. You understand? But there's a specific reason, natural, you know. The makeup of the biology, the woman's biology, you know. Yeah.
To the chair.
Wait, hold on, my Lord. Priest Brown, hand was up, my Lord.
Got you, Priest Brown.
Listen.
My Lord.
Royal Majesty, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
I just want to make one interjection there that the what is called the mason is not is a practice. It's a liberty, like you know that our liberty is a practice, is a liberty. So you don't have to be joined to an association or a group to be recognized, because that said that is how I get why them acknowledge His Majesty. His Majesty never going to them, but because of his liberty and the authority and the vibrations, they knew that he was of such a quality. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My Lord.
Priest Brown think Priest Brown that explain to me the Trinity vibration. So my Lord, Jadogi explain the drumming part of the for the woman, the clarity as far as the menstrual vibration and rare. So which one I priest now explain to about the whole in the Trinity, why the woman of the Holy Trinity. I'm gonna learn that part that because we don't know the fullness of it. Because we get back in the days we get for overstand say if I Rastaman that tell we say His Majesty are the first mason and them thing there and we know we get to understand say and the mason like where them talk about that because they live it like where Priest Brown just explain, you know. So we there and listen to learn, my Lord and Majesty.
Yes, my Lord. I don't think we'll get to the nitty-gritty, you know. I don't think we'll get to yeah, I don't think we'll get to that, you know.
To the chair.
We're not get that today.
I don't think so. Honorable Priest Oswald.
You hear me?
Yes, my Lord.
Bless and love to one and all. Well, the reasoning going good. Right Honorable Prince Elvis Brown, I love your contribution. You have the mathematical and you have the astronomical. We have so perfect balance. Give thanks for your strength. What a strength you needed. But concerning the Trinity, as I said already, I think it's a triangulating thing. As what the Empress say, I see the Trinity so same way. The Father, the Mother, and the Child. Same way we see it in the three man. Just using that three dimension to control our power. The same way Peace Brown talk about it. 180 yards, you cut it in 60 by 3, and you make a triangle. To extend certain things in mathematical calculations, so we have to study. The brighter ones who are hearing what I'm saying, we need to study and go into mathematics a little more, go deeper, and get the answers for everything, because it's a schoolroom, and there's things we know and things we need to know. So let us just don't play we know everything, because that is what caused the biggest problem in Babylon. A man say he know. When the time the tests come, he doesn't judgment no. So what we know, and what we don't know, we find out and fix the things so we can understand certain things what we're saying. But the woman them holding the Trinity, I come up in knowing that tradition. I meet Rita Mari a time, long time. And she come and we went to check. She was at a hotel at Zambobo, about 83 or something. She come with the holy article, and we have to stop she from holding the article, and she put her hand on the heart, like what we know. So I don't know. I can't say if I right for doing that them time. I still look at a woman and use that claims the authority and tell a woman. It depends on the woman, because some of them better than I, so you have to allow them. But them who I could reason too, I didn't know that. But we need to get to the point of where did this come from, what is the effect, everything, the biological effect, could cause something with the cycle too, beating the drum. I'm going with the beating the drum, while I'm going with the Trinity too. But the Trinity was the Trinity thing was a kind of, when I do my research and I see something with medieval time with the Catholics and them, they use that. They use the Trinity for their rituals and for their tradition. They say the Sacred Heart, and they say that a Trinity transfiguration. But the Trinity is just another addition to mathematical equations. I know to the bottom of it, but I know it just gives you more than the square. It breaks down the square. Maths is breaking down everything, From that 360, you're dissecting it, you're bringing it to different angles to complete the whole, whatever you're looking for. Using maths and physics, we are architects. So we have to just study a little more. And it's very important, interested, intriguing evening, and I am taking notes, my Lord and Empress. Big up Empress Akim, all the Empresses, Empress Trisha, who contributed, all the lion them in the dead, who roaring, give thanks, my Lord and Majesty. Honorable Chairman,
Yes.
give
To the
thanks
chair.
give thanks for the chairman, new
My
chairman, my
lord,
Lord,
To the
acting
co-chair,
chair.
my
chairman, my
lord,
Lord. Welcome.
co-chair.
To the chair.
Honorable Prince Einstein.
As I say, to have two Trinity you could hold with your hand, and as the Empress say, it is a feel of grounding. You do feel a grounding. We see Jah hold the both Trinities with all the fingers them together, and then the rest of them cross like they form a cup, and then you just have the two and the thumbs, and you actually form a triangle right there between the two and the cross fingers there. As I say, as a bingy man, me and my Omega, we used to hold it. But when we reach up above a hill now, when we reach and start any culture, why I could have digest it so easily? Because man I say, but look, see Empress men hold that, and see I hold it. So You would have just figure it's a natural. If was a woman thing, Jah would have the Omega hole in it said way. I don't know. I don't know if I'm trying to suggest in my head, but to me, I see a picture with Empress Meme with she hand on she heart. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. But as I say, that is why it was so easy for me to digest it. Because when we look, I want to say, but yeah, look, Jah hold that. But you don't see the woman hold that. So, you know that way, my Lord and Majesty? And with the drumming, I understand the vibration there too. And even though, and to the way how the drum set, you know, it's like it would have to be between a woman leg, you know, with your robe or something, you know, it might be sometimes cause some embarrassing moments, I don't know. But that could be one of the reasons too why we would not have the Empress them in the Daniel box, you know. But I'm not prolonging this neither. Empress Rachel already bring a whole controversy between Philly because she say Jack is she a clearance for the tambourine. And she used to come with the tambourine. That caused a whole thing. But she ended up just below she and she with the tambourine in the congregation. You know, but she did say Jack is she a clearance. My Lord and Empress, best.
Honorable priest, she's not lying. She wasn't lying. She was not lying. You'd have to be there from early to know
Me
this. She
not fight
wasn't
it.
lying.
Me never fight it.
Right.
But me actually say she
So she
get a
was.
struggle. Because my priest
Yeah,
way
me know
down
because
in
other man
Green.
never knew it. Yeah, other man never knew it. But when Henry had sent his group just before when he was getting ready to transition, he sent his congregation to Bubba Hill to meet our father to say, well, when him trod, ones and ones could assimilate into I and I congregation. They came with their band and they came with rumba box. Priest Nappy can speak of this. I heard him speak of this already too. They came with them rumba box and them tambourine and other handheld instrument, not electric or but acoustical instruments. And they rock a piece. Daniel Band was playing at the time, and they started to play. And to the bingy where them play, Daniel Band have to pack up.
Died.
Have to pack up. And I tell you, say, Jah rock to the bingy there. Seeing? And that is where Jah was coming from. Everybody forgets that Jah was a revivalist, Enough things we don't want to accept. Jah came from the revival tradition into the higher tradition of Melchizedek, Seeing? And as we know, the revival include all of those instruments in it. Just like how Africa have the thumb instrument where you play with the thumb and it's almost like a guitar or like you have
But
different
priest,
instruments.
to the
Honorable
chair,
Priest
you
Nappy.
know, say, yeah, because as I say, I hear the one them, I walk, I go up deal, to the celebration, and I hear the music and I play. So I said, no, I know Bobo play that the music. It was real Naya Bingi, the original Naya Bingi music they played at the time, my lord. From identify it from before me reach up a yard. Kind of the evening I go, just I come off of the plane and I run go a celebration. And see the truck line up on the side of the road. I noticed someone up there and hear the bingy play and I said, wow. Was that sweet bingy, man? Yeah, man. Original Naya bingy breakthrough. Yeah. It was really like how you that thing. It was no poker. Definitely not fast and thing like poker. Like the bingy where we go on now. Where Naya bingy play out our road right now. Yes, Majesty.
Yes, my
Majesty.
lord.
Majesty.
Honorable. Yes,
To
my
the
lord.
chair.
Yeah.
To the chair. So based on where history I say Baba Shanti being the strictest mansion of Rastafari movement, yeah? Woman wouldn't be allowed to hold a place within the Holy Trinity due to the other strict literal interpretation of biblical patriarchal governance and its foundation concept of a priestly order, yeah? The specific theological and structural reason for this practice break down into three primary aspects. The composition of the Trinity, yeah? The Baba Shanti Holy Trinity is viewed as an earthly and divine manifestation composed of three distinct historical male figures, each fulfilling a specific biblical order. The prophet John Marcus I Selassie, yeah, as the preparer of the way, akin to John the Baptist. Scribe, yeah. The priest, Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards, Black Christ in flesh, the founder of the Bobo Shanti order, revered as the high priest of Melchizedek order, yeah. And the manifestation of Christ also. And then they have the king, the emperor Eli King Selassie I, revered as the King of Kings, God incarnate, sitting on the throne of King David. Because of this Trinity, it defined precisely by these three specific historical men and their designated roles. A woman cannot hold a place within it. Strict patriarchal gender roles. Basically, that are really the fullness of it. I said the Bobo Shanti based their communal structure heavily on Old Testament mosaic law and strict traditional guidelines in this system. My Lord and Empress.
Our document you read from, my Lord?
Google.
No, I think name Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Because that, something like that would have had to be updated because Empress Memen in the mix.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying, no, Chris, we are defining that now. But what he's reading is original. What him reading, how we come a camp, come learn. See?
Right.
That's how we, yeah, that's how we come a camp, come learn. We are update things now in a different, we have the right to do that according to even what Empress Kim says. What feels right within I and I, is what we are going after, the God within. But that is the original, yeah, that's the original thing. But even beyond that, family, hear what I'm going to point us to. Because the world today has made this a gender thing. And we don't want to get caught in this gender thing because Rastafari is the first to elevate the woman them from gal to queen. So we don't want to get caught in the gender thing. See, here the thing. There is an order, an ancient order of priests. There's two ancient order of priests existing in Ethiopia. One is the Tawahedo church. There is no female priests inside that order. See? They are the most recent one in Ethiopia. The oldest order in Ethiopia is Beta Israel. Beta Israel encompasses the whole thing. You see where the Sabbath and the other Christian rituals, they encompass the fullness. It's not just like
purification.
Right. Yes, they the whole fullness, and within that order, you don't have a female energy depicted as a priest or priestess. See, these are ancient reasons behind it. These are ancient order and ancient reason. It has nothing to do with gender inequality or anything like that. The world today is lining that up with this this feminist movement type thing. And I understand the feminist movement, don't misunderstand me. Because in a wider aspect of its function, I support it because what they are looking for is equality across the board. Seeing being acknowledged as goddess. Seeing instead of just, a mother or a comfort to a man. I don't even want to use their words that them use out there. But instead of just being a sexual tool or item, seeing the woman them is looking for recognition as an equal entity within the sphere of things. And like I say, we acknowledge that equality. We are one of the first group to acknowledge that equality where the woman is equal to the man, but we have separate roles.
Yes,
and in those separate roles, you have separate little traditions that we do, that we hold to. Now, They can be changed because nothing is written in stone, and none of those things are not going to redeem you and take you to Mount Zion. Is whether you're good or you're evil, whether you are doing good, living right, you know, or you're evil. Those are just traditional practices, rituals, and things like that. So they can be modified where necessary. But we still have to know what the intent and origin was before we can attempt to change something. So if we are going to change the fact that the woman is not to hold the triune, we must know why the triune was created to begin with. Seeing, and as the Honorable Priest Barry just read, you know, that what he read is coming from beyond Bobo, beyond 1958. You understand? That like Dada told us, he did not come to create nothing new. He is bringing to remembrance our liberty that we were, you know, taken away from, that was beaten out of us. See? And it is no disrespect to the empresses. If now in this time we reach a point where we feel that the grounding between the man and the woman brings us to that intersection where, you know, we feel that the woman can hold our trinity, you know. Is the trinity based
Oh,
on a male energy? Is the trinity based on a male energy? If it is, how are
oh,
we going to incorporate the woman into that?
yeah,
Majesty.
my lord. So if is there anywhere we can find any historical facts that show you? So everybody said never see Queen Amiga hold a Trinity. Is there any book where would I tell you if or not she hold a Trinity? Because in the Bible order them say the woman is given a high respect under the order called the Queen Amiga principle, Reverend Black woman and motherhood, theological leadership and administrative authority, right? So may I say all the black supremacy book where we have from EABIC, right? Them thing I think them thing actually night we say the reason why a woman is supposed to hold the Trinity, so we could have a better clarity on it. Right now we're not getting the full clarity for no one on the table right now.
We have
But
to define that, man. Clarity is
we
there
need
now. It's not that one is looking for deeper clarity. The clarity is there because you just read it. The order is based upon an order, that is established. We digging deeper to find something else, but the
right,
order is based upon an order that is established. See, and the triune, as the original Rastafari, was the Trinity, the prophet, the
right.
priest, and the king.
True,
Now there
yeah,
there is a natural Trinity of man, woman, and child. See, yes, we
right.
accept that as well. But
Of
within the
course.
order of Melchizedek, we have to keep on putting that in there. In the order of Melchizedek, there are set principles within the order.
True.
See, now we have, in reality, we have never seen the Empress.
That's the love. Peace,
Cause
Savannah.
Priest, your
Caldra.
mic gone, priest, and I hear you.
yes, come from the
Caldra.
drop.
Okay.
Now, hear me?
Yeah,
Hey, you
now
know,
come on.
No, just I hear you now. A while
Yeah,
ago you're
I'm
gone,
saying
champion.
that her titles that she held was Mother of Mothers, Queen of Queens, and we can add Goddess of Goddesses. But it never,
Mother
she
of
was
creation.
never,
Yeah.
yeah, she never, yes, a mother of creation. All right, that is the highest title a woman can have. We don't want that title higher than we. If we're going to be truthful and realistic, see, that's a title that we can never hold. She's the mother of creation, even though we are the father of creation. We give the seed as she carried that child, 9 months. then suckle that child until that child is able to eat on its own. And then she also is the first teacher of that child. Her role is irreplaceable. A woman can, after being impregnated, impregnated can leave the man, you know. In the animal world, you see that in many species where the male only impregnate her and I'm gone. She don't even want to see him, don't have nothing to do with her again. She have her child, nurture her child, teach her child how to do all the things that child to do. Whether you want to call it a cub, a chick, or whatever. See? Well, it's the same thing. You know, we cannot compete against that. You can't take that high level of respect from the female. So it's not a gender crisis, family. You know,
So
we are making it a gender crisis.
Yeah, so if we just leave it as the Melchizedek order, and this is how it is. So if the woman are going to hold the Trinity,
and I'm not, and don't misunderstand, I'm not saying to leave it as it is here, Diana. That's not my role. I am not here to determine that.
we have to give them a clarity.
I'm just saying, right, I'm just saying this is how it originated. This is why it was how it was. His Majesty held this Trinity because he himself is a Christian king. Now, I use that title not meaning the Western Christian and all of that. I'm talking from the ancient levels and form of Christianity, where he represents the Christ spirit and the Christ energy. See, and within that Christ order, it is the same king, priest, and prophet, or them call it Father, Son, and Holy One. See, which meant three male energy. No matter how we want to redefine it now, and that is all right. Again, don't misunderstand me. I am just stating it from the original ancient interpretation. See? And there was never a gender issue. The females, those virtuous females, those great queens of Africa. Because remember now, you know, Africa was a matriarchal society, not a patriarchal society. It is since Christianity that the world became a patriarchal world. Africa was a matriarchal society where queens, when the village was called to order, it was the queen mother who called the village to order. See? But she did not go beyond her role, her feminine role, that divine feminine role. See, modernity has brought questions into the liberty. You know, women and females are questioning why, and nothing, like again I said, nothing is wrong with that if we have the correct answer to give them. But where the correct answer is not, we need to go find it. This correct answer is here. It's right here. We are making an issue of it, but there's no issue. If it's to be changed, okay, let's change it. But the originality of it is it was a male energy, the Trinity. That sign, that symbol represented the three male energies that represent the liberty, the order. Blessed Majesty.
Yes, I blessed love. I said, yeah, just a quick wording. Yes, I love the reasoning. So powerful and mightyful. Just a little input. Yes, I understand everything and give thanks for the priestly order and the man and the priest, you know, give thanks and praise. But history has it that woman, we're talking about the matriarchal system. It was one of the first system. Patriarch came after, but in the matriarchal system, the woman held primary priestly and spiritual roles in matriarchal and matrilineal societies. In these cultures which valued feminine energy and traced their lineage through the mother, women acted as oracles, healers, priestesses, and leaders who guided spiritual and religious ceremonies. In ancient civilizations, in places like, Crete and those places, religion was centered around the goddess worship, if you remember. And women held the The woman, she held the highest priestly rank, directing rituals and civic ceremonies. In the Roman Empire, the priestesses were vital state religion. The Vestal, the virgins, for example, were highly powerful priestesses in charge of Rome's sacred fire, while priestesses also led exclusively female rites of these things. So it's not a gender war, but it's a understanding and to know why certain things was changed to fit certain things, you know. So these indigenous matrilineal cultures, many matriarchal leaning communities around the world rely on women as the primary keepers of creation, myths, and spiritual rites. So examples can still be found today across many African and American, Asian places, you know. So historically, these women held ultimate authority in interpreting the divine and managing temples and dynamics, which often shifted later on to a patriarchal priesthood as society evolved into organized male-dominated religion. So, as I say, it's not a gender thing, it's just an understanding and just to know that at a certain time, through the Roman Catholic, as if we go back into history, we'll see that they had banned women from physically holding certain relics, and formal authority was given to men. And this was done in certain regional and monastic rules. And it was created specifically for holy sites. It was not really a rule about holding certain symbol itself, because the symbol was used also in Christianity as representing the Holy Trinity, and they even say Father, Son, and they say Holy Ghost. So in some cultures, they call the triple goddess symbol. That's what it's called, a triple goddess symbol, and it represents maiden, mother, and the phases of a woman's life. So we learning and we understanding and we just putting things together, right? So the Trinity includes the woman, right? So in past systems, they created certain kind of things that was throughout history, the male dominance, and I mean, yeah, I understand the roles and certain things, but it's just our overstanding, right? Because as if you ask me, all people was created in the image of the Most High, so the balance and the grounding is there, you know. So that's it, you know, just a few words. Give thanks for these few words, my Lord, and give thanks for the platform and the reasoning, you know, heart of love, my Lord
Give
and
thanks,
Empress.
Empress. Give thanks for highlighting the matriarch dynasty, you know, and how we reached to this, what they call the man's world, you know. Yeah, Honorable Priest Brown and Honorable Empress Kim, and then we can look to wind down as we come into the final black hour, you know. Honorable Priest Brown.
Majesty, my Lord, and Empress, do give thanks for such an uplifting evening of reason, you know. Give thanks, you know. Concerning the Trinity, as to be broad-minded, we are not bonded from learning. So, as we say, one would have to feel the energy, because say the Trinity. To mention about yoga practices, there's different practices that levels the mind. But as we learn and the preacher to expand, this was now being given the weapon, blade for bondage. So it is activating of energies. So I wouldn't say our Empress cannot activate the energy using the Trinity, but if it is her portion and her reaction, she have to know if she can go through. And from my personal experience, and when I learn, I hear from my father about the Empress to say activate certain energies. The Empress would use the medium of her breast. You see? So then one could even do it for themselves and see which one more effective or which one more greater. Because experience teacheth wisdom, my Lord and Empress.
Thanks, my Lord. Balance. Honorable Empress Akim.
Yes, blessed. I was just as ones were discussing the holding the Trinity. I couldn't help but just try to Google more research, right? Because again, and I say this in our humbleness, because we realize that we don't have the answer, right? So I think it's only right for us to reason about it and seek, deeper understanding of what was being said and shown. But when we do look, just like Priest Brown just mentioned, the evidence shows that it is a form of meditation, and it clearly may be what was happening, because this particular one is called the Hakini Mudra. Discover deeper power of when you hold it. You're discovering deeper power of healthiest, happiest, and soundest mind, increasing concentration, access stored information and memories. And it also activates the third eye into a heightened state. It helps you to open Sahasrara chakra, balance Ida and Pingala Nadis, allowing logical thinking and creative imagination to exist in perfect harmony. It taps into the gut instinct and ensures sound decision making. And I just align it, just in my own understanding, is that I would think that the emperor would want to be in that state of mind, to be able to lead in the capacity that he was leading, and being the spiritual one that he was, then that would make more sense, right? And so I just wanted to share that as we try to delve deep into why, because the position again is called Hakini. It's Hakini, and it is held upright, but it would seem more comfortable, I think, to hold it down, which could still carry the same vibration. And so I just wanted to share that. And I wanted to comment too, as far as the drumming, because ones know I love drums. I have a house full of drums. And my father was a drummer, and I think that's why I tapped into it even more. Historically too, the men are the ones traditionally who play the drum. It wasn't necessarily that the woman could not play the drum. It's just that tradition, she would be dancing, which is also powerful. And I also embrace the dancing because I'm a dancer. When I was in the church, I led dance ministry for over 10 years, teaching the sacredness of dance. And Priest Brown mentioned the breast, but it's also the sacral area, our waistline. And so even the movement, which ones will look at, if a woman did it in church, you will look at her and say, oh my gosh, what is she doing? And we think sexual. So many things that enter our meditation is because we're on this side of the world. We're being indoctrinated with all this poison. But even me in my own meditation, I had to come to grips with the fact that a woman moving her sacral is not necessarily in a negative sexual way, because the sexual energy in itself is healing and powerful. And when it's done in the righteous way, it is actually healing for herself and others. And so it is all about perception and really going back to the ancient ways to get the truth of it all, because it would change all of our meditation. Because again, when I think about it and I see it, say if I'm out at a party and a woman here in the US is dancing in a certain kind of way, I will look at it as being out of order and sexual and, negative. But then in the African context, the woman, her meditation is not about sex as far as it, as a you know, in a negative connotation, but it's more so about healing and life force and things of that nature. And so it's just making the right connections in all of this. And I'll just leave it there. Blessed love.
Yes, Empress. Give thanks. You know, all about perception, not what you do, how you do it. You know? Yeah, because that sacrum bone, you see it move in a whole lot of dances, you know, and that is a way to activate power, you know, and it's what type of power you're activating, but it does activate a power. That swirling of the sacrum bone, and we see in places they call it whining, like down here in Trinidad, you know. That is because of that power behind it. It brings an attraction to energy, you know. Yes, my Lord and Empress. So, as we're about to come down, we could just give our closing remarks. You know, I for myself, I just want to say that give thanks for all things that I'm done. Thanks for the congregation and everyone. And I would just say it's for us to be less pessimistic. Just because something is not is in contrast with a principle or a doctrine, it doesn't mean that when it's done, it is wrong. It is just not of that order, as we were saying before. You know, that doesn't have place in that order. But in other places, when it is done, that doesn't make it wrong. It just makes it different. Okay, so we have to understand equality and equity. Equality is when everyone have the same amount, but equity is when everyone is different and they can function in their different space equally. You know, so we have to learn to practice equality and equity. Because although we have a different space and like the fingers we was talking about holding in Trinity, every single one of us have an original fingerprint, as you know. When we take fingerprints, every human being has an original fingerprint. So we all have an original balance that we have to keep. Yeah. That we have to keep and we serve, you know, that personal salvation, that inner salvation, you know, between an individual and the God. How we carry the God carry us, you know. My Lord and Empress. So any closing remarks? And then we could adjourn. Okay, so it sounds like we are ready to adjourn, right? Honorable Priest Ainsley, you can seal us up, my Lord.
My Lord.
Yes, please.
Yeah, to bring me in the mix.
Well, the original, you know, you have to hear your voice on the prayer line.
That's all right. Yeah. The moon.
I don't want to cut you off, but I think ones will want to know this. Spirit just led me to another one. Please let me say this because this is the exact hand position that I see. Although I shared the Hakini, but I just came across another one. It's spelled UTTARA B as in boy ODHI mudra, and it says it's the highest enlightenment hand gesture. And it is, yes, it enhances confidence and decision-making skills, soothes nerves, ideal, overwhelming task. So, you know, let's just say that we know that the emperor was in his rightful position and teaching us in ways, you know, that we are now overstanding. And so I'll share this one too. I've never seen this one before, and I'll put it in the chat for ones to see. Excuse me for interrupting, but I just wanted ones to see this. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Blessed love, Empress. No problem. Yes, my Lord, Empress. Today, the thing didn't work out for me. So that's why you see I came back on. But give thanks to see, you know, the machine was well oiled and flowing. Give thanks to the Honorable Co-Chair, my Lord, did a mighty job, you know, listening to the iron. Yeah, man, the reasoning flowed, you know. And we give thanks to each and every one and some thought-provoking meditation. And I think we can even go into when Wednesday we go talk about that. Maybe that could be a reason to come up to get a full clarity on the Trinity, on the holding of that article and how His Majesty as a man who know everything never make Empress Memen hold it. So it's something we can look into. But otherwise, do I do get
Honorable, I would have reword that. His Majesty wouldn't let make because them are equal. She's a goddess. So
right?
him don't have, yeah, it's just the fact that she did not do
She
it.
didn't. Right. Well, yeah, my lad. Yes, I. The fact that she never did it, and she put she had on. As I said, I can't remember. We're going to do our research and see on it, though. But
And
again, do
remember,
them.
what we are seeking for here is just to seal up with my son. I couldn't come on a while ago, my phone was active. But the intent, family, it's all about the intent.
Yes.
That is what we seek here. The intent, because even a person, a man or woman, is judged by their intention, their intent in whatever they do. See, so it's the same thing in doing rituals, doing, what we do. It's the intent behind it, and that's what we are trying to get to, the intent. Give thanks for me.
My lord. Action is judged by its intention. My lord. So, call for virtual reference in the virtual courts of Rastafari. The heaven declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, night unto night showeth forth knowledge. There is no speech, no language, where your voice is not heard. The black Christ, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head and bend down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard and bend down unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew descend upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. Our thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. To the work, there is room for all, and the kingdom of error and darkness must fall. And the name Jehovah exalted shall be, while we herald the tidings, salvation is free. Salvation, God, Jah Rastafari, Sila, King Selassie, Jah
Yeah,
Rastafari,
Rastafari.
my Lord and Empress. Blessed love, one and all, and a blessed strong moving forward, my Lord and Empress.
My
My
Lord and
Lord and
Empress.
Empress. Blessed love.
Blessed
All of the
love.
love. My Lord.
All of the love,
Till we meet again on Eagle Street.
my Lord.
Blessed love for nice reasoning, well intelligent reasoning. We are
Indeed.
picking up the pace. We are hearing more contributions, more constructive. Feels like Jerusalem schoolroom to me. My Lord and Empress. Well done.
Reasoning with
Blessed love,
seasoning,
Rastafari, my Lord.
Professor Kim, I hope, that I wasn't dismayed or disappointed in any form or way towards the discussion.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm here to learn as well as to teach. I have something to offer and I have plenty to receive. And so this
Rastafari.
is edifying. This is what we're here to do. We're here to learn and humble ourselves when we don't know. It's
Yes,
okay.
I.
No,